J43R_ was first.
Oh, J43R, let's go. Okay. Okay, I had things I wanted to open. Yes, I want this. Okay, I want... this open. No Roblox, people leave. What up, Hassan? What up, Yatlin? What up, Loyal to the Sea? What up, Desha? Hope my day is going well. Honestly, my day so far, not great. I'm tired because I got very little sleep because I was up all night and morning and afternoon discussing in the Souls Speedruns Discord about the FPS patch. I'm doing all I can. I'm doing all I can, and 90% of runners are just too agreeable and just say, yeah, whatever you guys want, it's fine. All right. And then the 10% that are not that agreeable are like, for some reason, vehemently opposing a way to make the game actually even. And it's baffling to me. It's baffling to me. But we'll see. I'll keep working on it. I'll keep working on it, but because I have now shown like 7 different ways that the game is unfair without it. I'll keep going. I'll find more. But all right. Speaking of, first thing I'm going to do is get this recorded on stream so that you all can see what I saw. I found a new way that not having the FPS fix is unfair. Brand new. Brand spanking new way. That no FPS fix is unfair. Live. First time ever demonstration. I have to send funny TTS so the recording is ruined. I mean, I'm not necessarily gonna like specific. This is not like a very important recording. It's just it's just to have it, you know, streamed at some point instead of just so that, you know, it's not like, oh, you're just claiming that this happens. I can just be like, well, you can look. This is not like a, you know, important tutorial. Okay, let me make sure that this is right. Oh, what up, Halibut? Aha, okay, cool. File appears correct. I have to use command prompt for this. Luckily, you guys don't get to see it. You guys don't get to see my command prompt. At least I don't think you do. If you do, I'm going to be weirded out by that. Okay. Change directory. This one is called Souls TAS -v 0.3.0. Now I have to go find the command again. Here it is. Da. Surely you mean PowerShell. No, I meant command prompt. Okay. So now I have set the game to be At a FPS value, I'm gonna need to reload the save because I nudged the controls slightly. But I've now set it to be at an FPS value that should get me very short jumps. So, if I go into the game, what's so hard to dodge for Don? Because he's just difficult. Jump. Then, in theory, interesting. It's working slightly differently than last night. I might have to fine-tune it. There could be very slight differences from exactly how I had it set up before. Oh, no, it's just because I forgot to turn the FPS fix on. Back on. Never mind. That's probably why. So if I get back in... No dress to impress today, you know? Unfortunately not. Jump. And there it is. The FPS, as you could see, when I didn't have the FPS fix on, when I forgot to turn it back on, we hit him with that jump attack. And then when I turned it on, we missed him. Because I've set it to an FPS value that gets the shortest possible jumps. And let me show that to you a few more times. That was a really fun stream, not gonna lie. It was actually pretty fun. So again, I have it set up to an FPS that gets short jumps. Jump. Missed again. Hands are in the... This is just a macro. This is just a macro doing the exact same inputs. Let me show you a third time. Caught. Jump. Three in a row. It didn't make it. I set up the FPS to be a short FPS, and 3 in a row, it did not make it. Now, I'm going to switch to instead having an FPS that gives long jumps. Save that. Run the FPS fix. Jump. Jump. There we go. Oh, and it hits him. Wow. Are you positioning before running the macro? I am loading a save that's in the exact same position. So I am just... I'm just doing the standard way that I practice a boss. You know, you load a save, and then that save is set up in exactly the same position, facing exactly the same angle, etc. Let me show you again. Again, this is set up to an FPS that gets longer jumps. Here we will go for a second time. Jump. Jump. And it hits him. Wow. Let me do it a third time, just in case you were unconvinced by the previous two. Jump. in a row. As you can see, the difference in FPS can, I'm not saying it will in all situations, but can make the difference between you hitting on a jump attack versus missing. I'm going to try it now a few times without the FPS fix. I actually didn't test this last night. I don't know if my FPS that I naturally get will often hit him or often miss. So we're going to test. Jump. Jump. Missed the first one. My natural FPS just got a short jump and missed. And we'll try a second time. Jump. Oh, my natural FPS just got a longer jump and hit. So my natural fluctuating FPS has sometimes longer jumps and sometimes shorter jumps. The same result we've gotten every other time that we've tested in every other situation. But, I mean, I guess for the sake of posterity, we can do it a few more times. But it doesn't really matter if I hit or miss on this one. We already saw one miss and one hit, so. Jump. Okay, and I hit, so maybe my natural FPS is slightly more likely to get the longer side of jumps than it is to get the shorter side of jumps. Or maybe not. Heck it. We'll just do a fourth one. Why not? Jump. $50-50. 2 hits, 2 misses. What does this achieve? Are you able to make frame rate give you better jumps? Yes, that's exactly what it achieves. And is what I have consistently found through testing, and why I am arguing that the FPS fix needs to be allowed at all times during speedruns. If it is not allowed, then there's a problem. Because the problem is what you just saw right there. Now, because of hardware differences, that's what FPS fluctuations are because of hardware differences. You will sometimes have your inputs lead to success, and sometimes have those same inputs lead to failure due to hardware differences outside of your control. The exact, like, worst case scenario for a speedrun. That hardware is a large determining factor in your success. Now, in this case, large is maybe a bit of an exaggeration. You might say it's a small determining factor in your success, but it is nonetheless a determining factor in your success. You will absolutely sometimes hit a boss that you would otherwise miss, or miss a boss that you'd otherwise hit. You will sometimes miss a jump that you'd otherwise make, or make a jump that you'd otherwise miss, you know, etc., etc. The better player will not consistently be rewarded with the best results if we don't have an FPS fix in place to ensure that hardware differences are eliminated. Hardware dependent, bad. Try different graphical settings to see if that makes a difference. It doesn't matter. The point isn't about graphical settings. I could try at different graphical settings, but it wouldn't show or prove anything, because, like, let's say that I could turn down all my graphics, and then on my multi-$1,000 computer on ridiculously low graphics, oh, now I'm consistent. Well, that doesn't mean that somebody else who doesn't have a multi-$1,000 computer will also be consistent, right? It doesn't. The point is, the FPS fix guarantees everyone will be consistent, and no FPS fix guarantees that everyone will not be consistent, right? So that is, the great Michael Zaki's games are actually pay to win. They might be pay to lose. They might be pay to lose. Because if the best possible frame rate you can get, perfectly stable maximum frame rate you can get, actually gives really short jumps. Like really short jumps. I might currently be paying to lose. The shortest jump distance that I have found is the jumps that you get if your frame rate is so perfectly stable at 60.000233. Yes, that's the actual number. You get like the tiniest little jumps that like never make it anywhere. It's very funny. Was interested and saw Black Myth Wukong leaderboard with an FPS cap to set to 120. 120 for that game is very high. Yeah. I guess if you set it to lowest, maybe people can achieve that, but that is very high for an FPS cap. Okay. You turn up a couple of graphical settings. You don't need to play at ultra low settings with a high-end GPU. That's actually true. And in fact, I might get better. It might actually be better for me if I did that. So that I could actually less often get perfectly stable frame rate, which is kind of funny. Lower frame rate means bigger jumps, or is it a parabola-looking thing? It is neither of those. Here, let me draw you a very rough graph of the results that we've found so far. Okay, here. So if I... So the results that we've found so far. So the minimum that I'm going to call as a reasonable time that someone might have is 30. And the highest that we've found that somebody might reasonably have is 60. And then I'm going to make just a baseline of like, if this is an average jump, just like how much farther or less far that you go from those. And so the graph looks something like this. At 60.00023, you have ridiculously tiny jumps. Then at 60.00000, you have really, really good jumps. Then between 60 and about 57, and I guess I'll put the green here to indicate that it was just slightly before. At about 57, that pattern repeats. Just barely above 57, you get a horrendous jump. Just barely below 57, you get a great jump. And then in between those two numbers, it kind of steadily goes from better jumps. It kind of flattens out a bit in the middle to worse jumps. Something kind of like this. We're in the middle, in around the 58 to 59. It's relatively consistent jump distance, but not exactly perfect. And then between 57 and, I don't remember the next actual breakpoint, but it's around something like 54. It's too high up. 54. Oh my god, that is not a good 5. Drawing with a mouse is hard. 54. It does the same thing, and so on, 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 down to 30. Where each of them basically gets a really good jump just before the next breakpoint. And then a really bad jump just after the next breakpoint. Then a really good jump. Then a really bad jump. Then a really good jump. and a really bad jump, and a really good jump, and a really bad jump, and a really good jump, then a really bad jump. And the exact shape of this I'm not sure about, but it kind of looks like a tangent function from calculus. If you... It basically looks like that. Tangent lines for how far you jump. Yeah. So, in other words, if you have the best PC that money could buy, $10 billion computer, the only jumps you're ever going to get are this. If you've got a pretty good computer, like 1.5 to 2,000 probably, you're probably occasionally getting the good jumps and occasionally getting the bad jumps. If you got a crap computer, you're getting something all over the place. Who knows what you're getting? That's the basic, like, gist of it. Is capping frame rate using NVIDIA control panel valid for speedruns? No, but it wouldn't matter if it was. Because, again, if you... Well, I guess it sort of would. If you capped yourself here, that would actually be great, because now you'd only be ever getting, like, close to there, but not going over into the bad jumps. But, no, that is not allowed. So, my suggestion... This is a bit of a tangent, yes. My suggestion is, for me, with a good computer, I should be able to use the FPS fix and lock myself in right here. That way I can eliminate this. So that I don't sometimes randomly just get really terrible jumps with my computer. And then my suggestion is, somebody who's got a bad computer, let's say they normally can hit anywhere in this range, right? So sometimes they're going to get this good jump. Sometimes they're going to get this good jump. Oh, but sometimes they're going to get this bad jump or this bad jump. My proposal for them is, why don't you lock yourself under what you can hit? For example, maybe you lock yourself right exactly here. And that way you will guarantee get yourself just as good of jumps. Exactly the same good jumps that I'll get. But yes, your game will look like crap. You know, I'm not going to lie. If you are able to get, these are 40 to 50, let's say, and you got to lock yourself down at like 37 or something, I'm not going to lie. It's going to look bad. I'm not like, that's not like, oh, that's great. That's a perfect solution. It's like, no, yeah, that sucks. You got to play the game at 37 FPS if you want to get the good jumps. But is that not still a better solution, that you have to lock yourself at 30 FPS or 37 FPS to get good jumps, rather than just saying, yeah, just roll the dice. I don't know. Sometimes you get good jumps. Sometimes you get bad jumps. Who cares? Is it multiple of 3 FPS or multiple of pi FPS? It is neither of those that we know of. At high end, it looked to be about 3, but then even this 54 was off. It was actually like 54 or 53 point something, or I don't remember exactly. It wasn't exactly 54, but it was approximately 54. And then for 30, I think the next one that we found that was good was like 31 point something. I think the differences between them got closer as we went lower to 30 or something like that. I don't remember exactly. We were testing. It was hard to find exact spots. I do remember one of the exact ones that we found was 42.8. 42.8 gave us a perfectly good one, and then 42.9 gave us a perfectly bad one. God, it's so tough to draw with a mouse. Turn this into a YouTube video? You think YouTube would be that interested? What? Yup. I tested that. I tested that pretty thoroughly. It was, yep, 42.8 is great. 42.9 is terrible. 42.8 isn't horrible. That's what I was saying. I was like, if you're fluctuating in here and you gotta lock yourself to 42.8. 42.8. That's playable. Like, you know, it doesn't look as nice as 60, but that's playable. You can do that. Here math, I don't wanna. It's not math. There are numbers. There's no math here, though. We're not doing calculations. It's a good reference for when people ask, just point them to the YouTube. I mean, I could make a Twitch highlight. Oh, wait, my storage on Twitch. Khan Academy up in here. Yeah, I don't know. No numbers, just tangents. But like, yeah, these are the results that every test that I have done has shown is these results. And so then the question becomes, is this worthy of an FPS cap? Is this a large enough problem that an FPS cap should be allowed so that runners don't have to deal with randomly getting the worst jump you've ever seen and randomly getting the best jump you've ever seen? In my opinion, 1,000,000% yes. A 1,000,000% yes. It is worth it so that everyone can get this, and if you've got a bad computer, you can get this, or this, or this, whichever one works for you. I'm not picky. Take your pick. Find one that works for you. Totally fine. Versus the best computers getting shafted. The pretty good computers getting really nice results, because if you are just unstable enough that you never hit this, but otherwise stable enough that you never drop below like 59 FPS, you're just always in this range and you're getting great jumps every time. And then, you know, everyone else that has bad computers just complete crapshoots. In my opinion, that's horrible. Just wait until Twitch offers more space for a monthly fee, and a lot of people would do it. Who's on the Speedrun Elden Ring mod team? I don't know. Well-respected community members. The people that are that I'm discussing with are not necessarily Speedrun.com moderators. Not necessarily the people that make the rules. Just well-respected community members. And again, I don't want to. This is not about like. Flame them. That has nothing to do with it. I don't even... like, if you're in the Soul Speedrun Discord, you can find it yourself. The discussion is public. But otherwise, I don't want anyone, like... Oh my god, who's doing... Like, no. No. It's a difference of opinion, and I would like to convince them. I would not like to, like, turn this into anything personal. Obviously. That's, like... That would be very, very bad. Blank's on a pog pace right now? Oh, really? Hold on a second. I'll pog. He's doing 2 gods, right? Minus 124. Best possible time. That is a pog pace. That is a pog pace. Not world record pace. Cannot be world record, but that is a pog pace. You are not wrong. That's nice. I'll just throw in a quick GL into the chat. No bullying. Make everyone speedrun on Xbox. Perfect. I can't even hear it if he responded to me, but anyway. So, that is the current discussion, and it is hard for me to articulate the arguments against it, but I will attempt to. For the sake of fairness to the people that I am discussing with, I will attempt to articulate their concerns. Give me 60.0 FPS or give me death. Just buy a bad piece of PC hardware for better jumps. I mean, yeah, that's possible, I guess. Or open 100 tabs in Chrome whenever I run, so that I'll get slightly less stable frame rate and won't hit the worst possible jumps. Okay, so attempting to articulate the arguments against it. There's one big argument against it that I agree with, but I think there are solutions to. And that is, if... I guess I'll open up the paint thing again. If your frame rate, let's say, were to be fluctuating within this range, and you set your FPS cap, arguably incorrectly, but you, just for the sake of it, you set your FPS cap right, let's say, here. So that you will consistently get this good of a jump, right? But your FPS range is fluctuating in the pink. Well, While your computer is running like this, all is good. Your computer will sort of slow down slightly, shift over to that value. And by slow down, I don't mean literally slow down. I mean, like, it will be like, oh, I've got plenty of time to render all the frames. We're good. If your computer is currently running like this, then instead, the game will actually run like this. No problem. Fine. You get the good jumps. The game runs nicely. It's all good. However, if instead, at some point during your running, ooh, your computer lags a bit. Your computer would be down here. Well, the patch is going to push you up to here, but that's a higher frame rate than you can get. You can't just, like, force a game to run at a higher frame rate than it can. That's just not how frame rates work. So what it does is it will literally slow the game itself down. Basically, your computer will render a frame too late. And the game will wait until your computer has finished processing the frame in order to display it. And then the next frame will start, and your computer will render the frame late. And the game will freeze and stop until your computer's ready to display it. So each frame, your character will go, and then freeze, and then go, and then freeze, and then go, and then freeze. So you're literally playing the game in slow motion. If you happen to set your FPS cap too high. If you set your FPS cap higher than what your computer is able to achieve, then your game will literally slow down as a result. And that is bad. So, a runner must, by necessity, pick a frame rate. Red was hard to see. I guess I'll do light blue. That is low enough that they will never run into that issue. That the game will never slow down. That is a bit of an issue, because what if a runner doesn't know or something like that and accidentally picks one that their computer can't handle? That is bad. But it's solvably bad, right? If you picked one that was too high, well, just fix it next time. Just, like, don't do that one again, right? Next time, pick one that's lower. And then, oh, we still somehow barely went under that one and caused a slowdown. Next time, pick one that's lower, right? Like, it's not an unsolvable problem. It is a problem for people with bad PCs, but it's not an unsolvable one, in my opinion. It's something you could solve through a little bit of effort, a little bit of testing, a little bit of checking and making sure. Why can't we all agree on 60 FPS? Because that would be really bad. If you tried to run at 60 FPS and your computer can only handle 40 to 50, your game is going to be running at like 2/3 speed. You're literally going to be like... It's going to be so bad. And theoretically open to cheating. If the game is literally running slower, that theoretically improves your reaction time, allows you to make better decisions, etc., etc., etc. So, if you just pick this number, you're fine. Or, alternatively, if you don't think this is that big of a deal, which I do, but if you don't, if you're personally like, that's not really worth fixing, who cares? Run without it. No problem. You're not forced to use it, right? If you think I like the way this currently works, go for it. No problem with that. Leave it off. But not giving anyone the option to fix a clear, obvious inequality is, in my opinion, horrendous. You can't have constant 60 FPS. And so can I. And so for us, we would be able to use 60. And for somebody who can't use 60, they could do, at worst, 30. Because 30 is a high point. 30 is a high point on the tangent line. You could use exactly 30, and you could get a great frame rate, or great jumps the whole time. You just have to play at 30 FPS. You just have to be playing Bloodborne, which, you know, sucks, but... That's why the speedrun rules limit what frames you can lock to in a run. Right. Well, currently you can't lock to any. Except You can lock to some, actually. It is currently, right now, in the rules, allowed for you to lock if it's for a specific skip. So in other words, right now, what I can do is I can run normally, and then, oh, here comes the skip, lock. And then I do the skip, unlock. And then walk up, oh, here's the next skip, lock. And then did the skip, unlock. Bloodborne's a great game, don't judge it. I'm judging. I'm judging harshly. That's currently allowed. But if that's currently allowed, don't we already have the problem that we were trying not to have by not allowing the FPS fix? If a runner, again, gets this, and they say, oh, I'm coming up on the skip, let me lock right here. Well, guess what? They could still have their FPS down here and still get a slowdown while they're doing the skip. So allowing it for skips and not allowing it elsewhere doesn't solve the problem. You still have the problem that somebody could choose an incorrect FPS lock for themselves. So I don't like that doesn't, it doesn't seem to me to make sense that allowing it all the time would have a problem, but oh, allowing it some of the time, oh, there would be no problems. It has the same problems. It has literally the exact same problems. So how many seconds is running with locked FPS save versus non-locked? Not sure over an entire run. I can tell you that over the course of around 20 jumps, it saved around 2 seconds. So in other words, around 0.1 seconds per jump. That was in a slightly idealized scenario. And I don't know how many jumps there are in total in the run, but it's at least a few seconds over the course of the run. I don't know the exact amount, though. Measuring that across an entire run would be really ridiculously hard. Can be the difference between landing a hit and not landing it. Yep, we just literally just showed it. I can show it again. But it literally, this distance might be you miss an attack. Maybe it's on Radagon at the end. You need to walk up and you need to jump attack Radagon. Maybe it's on Elden Beast right after that. Literally the final boss of Two Gods. You run up, you jump attack Elden Beast, and your attack whiffs because you got a bad jump. And then, oh, the other runner, the runner you're competing against for world record, gets this length of jump and hits. To me, that's unacceptable. To me, that's completely unacceptable. That one runner will whiff and one runner will hit just because of frame rate differences. In my opinion, that's unacceptable. And we have a fix. It's just that a runner with a low FPS just has to pick an FPS that actually works for them. At worst, 30. And if you can't get 30, like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do for you. If you can't hit 30 FPS in Elden Ring, like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. The game breaks at under a certain FPS anyway, so locking it to that minimum FPS, like, is really the best thing you could possibly do. Me with my Xbox One have an advantage on Elden Ring, I guess. Console does have an advantage, actually, on Elden Ring, because of the way that the live split timer works. That's a slightly different issue, but the live split timer does basically add time to PC runs that is not there on console runs. Because console runs constantly round your time down every single frame. They just keep rounding your time down. Whereas on PC, we prevent it from rounding your time down, and we keep those millisecond differences. So, technically, you are gaining a fraction of a millisecond every frame that you run on a console. But can hit 30 in Elden Ring, upgrade, please. I mean, like, kind of, yeah. If you can't hit 30 in Elden Ring, you probably need to upgrade. Not even just for, like, an FPS fix. Just, like, in general. If you can't hit 30 in Elden Ring, like, how are you even gonna play and speedrun the game? Like, at all? I don't know. A solution might be creating a mod which calculates the average time delta in case of slowdown due to bad hardware, which would be much easier to check if anyone's cheating, getting an unfair advantage. Calculates the average time delta. What would calculating the average time delta do? In case of slowdowns due to bad hardware, it would be much easier to check if anyone's cheating, getting an unfair advantage. Oh, just like, you want to check if somebody's getting slowdowns? I mean, it's obvious if they are. You can just watch the footage and go, that's slow. That's running slow. You can look at their timer. If they're getting slowdowns, their timer will run slow. Like, it's not hard to see. It's very obvious. I played Minecraft with 2 FPS. For sure, even my Xbox One goes above 30. I would hope so. I mean, this is technically not a solution for console. This technically kind of completely excludes console because you just can't get this software on console. But for PC runs, it would be fairness. Don't think speedrunning should be gated around having an overly good PC, but being able to reasonably play the game seems like a fair requirement. Right. And again, I'm saying if you're in here, there's a solution for you. It's this, or this, or this, or, right, it's any of those will get you perfectly tied with the best hardware that money can buy. Whereas right now, the best hardware that money can buy technically is at a huge disadvantage, but the second best hardware that money can buy is at a huge advantage, and everyone else is just rolling dice. And removing the rolling dice is obviously a big benefit. Don't think people potentially cheating with this has much relevance to if it should be allowed or not. If people want to cheat with this, they do it anyway regardless. That's true. We literally have task tools for the game right now. If somebody wanted to cheat, this would be the worst way to do it. The best way to do it would be to use task tools. Like, and I don't think anyone will, but like, yeah, there are significantly better ways to cheat right now than this. Not that anyone should or would. I'm not advocating for cheating, but just like, if that is the route we're going with, potentially someone in a hypothetical scenario would cheat with it. Like, that's unlikely. This tool isn't great for that, etc. Watching is fairly subjective, really, for smaller differences. A value as a metric would be easier to objectify since you can define a threshold above which the run would be invalid. Okay, sure. Yeah, we could work on that, sure. That's aside from the point, but that is something that could be brought up separately. Yeah. At a 1050 when Elden Ring drops, upgraded now, but it worked fine at medium quality. Yeah. What are you looking at here? A graph of... Here, let me label my axis. Frame rate versus... wow, this is going to be hard to... Jump... distance. Where at certain frame rates, your jump distance will be much higher. You get to jump a lot farther. And at certain frame rates, your jump distance will be much shorter. You'll jump not as far. What about that one guy who was the first one to beat Elden Ring DLC hitless? Ah, good old Nico Bellic, that's it. You know, he was cheating regardless of having these tools or not. But so yeah, this is my concern. In my opinion, this graph is very concerning. And maybe to others this graph isn't concerning. So my proposed solution my solution to that graph. 1. Find an FPS that... I should just be typing. There is a text tool. You know, that's... let's just use the text tool. That'll be much easier. All right. My proposed solution. That's way too small. Largen it up. Sure. Find FPS that works for your hardware. Run at that FPS anytime you think it will advantage you. Turn it off whenever you don't want to use it. 3. If you don't think the advantages are worth it, just don't run with it at all. 4. If you are able to choose an FPS that your computer can get 100% of the time, you can leave it on 100% of the time. I mean, does that seem complicated? And then I guess sort of 5. If a runner experiences significant slowdowns for extended periods of time, they must turn off the fix or risk getting their run rejected. So if you fail to do part 1 of finding a proper FPS that works for your hardware, and instead you use one that doesn't work for your hardware, then you risk getting your run rejected. Only if you fail to do step 1. If you do step 1 correctly and find an FPS that actually works for your hardware, you would never run into that risk. If you get 60 FPS anyway, does VSync do the same thing? Elden Ring doesn't have VSync. That's just not an option, as far as I'm aware, in the game. Where would it be? Advanced settings? It's just not in here. There is just no VSync option. It just doesn't exist. You can theoretically force VSync with an outside tool, but that's currently not allowed. Does Cheat Engine show average real-time frame data? Not currently, but it could be made to. Elden Ring kind of pretends to have VSync with a 60 FPS lock, but that's not true VSync. Right. Possibly having the Steam FPS overlay to help show that you aren't getting an advantage via slowdowns. I'm not sure if it does, but that's something somebody with a worse hardware would have to test. I can't get my number to show anything other than 60 because my hardware is too good. Even when I'm at 59.9, it's just showing 60. It's just sitting there at 60. Like, I do drop to 59.9 sometimes, but it just sits there showing 60. So I personally can't test it to see if slowdowns show up in the FPS counter. Lock your frames with AMD tools to save power. Would that also not be allowed? Currently, yes, correct. You cannot. You are not allowed to do that. Nope. That is an outside tool, so. Steam overlay shows whatever you lock to. Even if you like slow down from that, then yeah, the Steam overlay wouldn't necessarily be helpful enough in... again, I don't think the finding the cheaters part is the biggest, like, thing. And I say cheaters, but I guess finding people that are having an unfair advantage, whether they mean to or not, whether they are doing it maliciously or whether they just, you know, didn't find a proper FPS. But, you know. It's calculating based on the game clock or the system clock. If it's the former, then it won't show anything different. Yeah, I don't know. But, like, Right, this solution to me, I mean, it sounds perfect to me, right? Like, what part of this solution is like, no, actually, that part is terrible because, right? Which part of this is like, oh no, certain runners will run into this gigantic problem. I mean, like, I guess there is the problem of runner experiencing significant slowdowns for extended period of time. Just like, don't do that. Number one, too hard. I mean, we can find all the frame rates that give you perfect jumps, and you just gotta pick one, right? You just gotta pick one that works for your hardware. Nothing except slightly more work for moderators and a way of standardizing it. How do you mean a way of standardizing it? Because not everyone's gonna have the same FPS. Everyone should just have the same jump distance because you pick different FPSs that all have the same jump distance. I mean, like, yeah, there's... I don't know. It seems correct to me. And if a runner, God forbid, really just like, oh my God, this is so much of a headache and I hate this and this is so annoying to try to set this up. Well, I refer you to point 3. Just don't run with it. It's like, if you don't think that there's a large difference, a large advantage, and you think that this tool is more of a hindrance to you than a help, okay, don't run with it. That's fine. You aren't losing anything that you don't, or you aren't losing anything that you already have by continuing to not use a tool. People can use the tool and gain the advantages if they think the advantages are worth it. And people can choose not to use the tool and not gain the advantages if they don't think it's worth it. And when I say gain the advantages, I do want to be clear that I'm not saying that there are strict advantages. I'm saying the advantage of consistency. The advantage of not having hardware dependence. The advantage of hitting this FPS instead of this FPS. Or the advantage for someone down here of hitting this FPS, which has a good jump, instead of randomly hitting this FPS, which has kind of a meh, okay jump. Or this FPS, which does have a pretty good jump, but not quite max distance. Or hitting this jump, which is just awful, right? Big advantage for you. Big advantage for this guy. No advantage for the person who was already getting the best possible jumps. It's only bringing everyone up to the same level. It's not bringing everyone down to the same level. It's bringing everyone up to the level of semi-consistent FPS McGee here, who never gets bad jumps. So that's my thought. In 10 years, people will have even better hardware. That's true. We have chips in our brain and play Elden Ring 2 via telepathy. Imagine if in 10 years' time we still don't allow the FPS fix and everyone is playing with the worst possible jumps and you need to like scrounge at retro PC stores. Nah, man. No, I need one with only a 2070 Super. No, I know all your computers have 5090s in them, but those are too good. No, I need more retro. I need a 2070 Super to speedrun Elden Ring. If I've even got a 3080, it's all over for me. I'm hitting the wrong FPS here. As a 2070 Super owner, I feel attacked. Yeah. Is that not a valid concern? That this is really bad and will only get worse over time? Anywho. Just force everyone to play on 30 FPS, problem solved? Unironically, not the worst solution. I mean, not a good solution because why would you force me to play on 30 when 30 works the same as 60 so I could play on 60? But unironically, a better solution than not having anything, in my opinion. Bad for viewership. Bad for, you know, looking at the game with your eyeballs and going, ah! Ah, my eyes! But good for fairness. Good for consistency. Got a 3090 Ti, let's trade so I can get world record. Yeah. Back to the old days, finding the way to zip consistently. That's exactly it. That's what this tool was created for. This tool was created for zips, because you know what frame rate works best for zips? It's this one. The highest frame rate that Elden Ring is able to achieve, that gets the worst possible jumps in the entire game, is the only one where the physics breaks so hard that zips are possible. So getting the worst possible jumps is due to the physics of Elden Ring essentially breaking. Because I guess FromSoft figured everyone would get this FPS, when in reality you get this FPS at your best possible frame rate. Maybe the hardware they were testing on only ever got to here, so that's why they never found zips. Need to get the world record soon before your hardware dies. Yup. Anyway, let's get into our actual practice. That's probably enough of that. Okay. Practice. I'm gonna go in ascending order this time instead of descending order. Mix it up a little. Does it work on any of the lowest points or just the highest lowest point? The zips, I mean. I don't know. I haven't tested. What file did I just load? What? Logged into a rando file. Somehow. What? Why is it logging into a rando file? What happened? This reroute is wild. Huh. I don't know how that happened, but hopefully it won't happen again. Happened to you about a month ago as well. That's so weird. Aww. That's a dead run. Oh, good morning. Time to zip test. We will zip test at some point. Also, apparently, currently, LiveSplit does have the capability to do the FPS fix within it. It just doesn't have the, like... the UI to, like, make the key bindings to turn it on. So, like, it can, you just don't have a way to turn it on. Why did that overfrost? Hopefully this time it loads the save file correctly. Oh, it should be because it did the previous time. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, all he wants to do is throw blood. He does not want to do anything else. FPS fixed itself. Wouldn't be much code. Yeah. Apparently the cheat engine version literally changes 2 bytes in the entire game. You're late. How could you, Sam? What up? Nice. Probably 1 line of code, like the offline patch, probably. Uh-oh. Okay, salvaged. He's implemented it into something you're doing, it's almost nothing. Ah. I maybe could have just sent that. Okay. I think I got the headshot, so that would save this, because otherwise I think this one actually wouldn't work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Moog is just a lot of RNG. So we don't need to practice it too much. Hippo new strat. I gotta remember the new Hippo strat. Uh-oh, I got needles. We might be screwed, depending on what he does here. Oh, we're very screwed, because that didn't work. Well, at least I can back it up if everything is a complete disaster. Which Skadoos do you end the DLC with? Level 8. So I guess that would be 15. I think it's 1 Skadoo for the first level and 2 for the rest. Because we don't hit the point where it takes 3 Skadoo per level. Sorry, I'm late on that. Had to focus a little there. Like, you want to play Elden Ring so bad. Yep. Don't do it. It's a trap. That is scary. I wonder if it would actually just be faster to just take the riposte. Oh, what up, Catagraven? No, it can't be because you don't get the bleed proc. So you'd still have to. No, yeah, no. You do have to just hit him. It's spooky. It's like right as he's about to hit you that you finish him, but it does work. Yeah, I think my attack order is still correct. It feels like there should be something slightly better, but I think my attack order is still correct. Do you give up on 2 gods, or is this just a new priority? For now, I'm giving up on 2 gods. The record is just too unobtainable currently until something new is found with the category. And I'm happy with my PB. It's not a perfect PB by any means, but I'm happy with it. Okay. Ace can do with a +6 is crazy. Yup, it's pretty low. Okay. Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
A little unfortunate. Okay. Gah. Nice job, Hornsent. And just stop this and play Roblox with you. Okay, thank you. Well, I'm sorry. That was a one-time deal for Parky's birthday that I didn't know was her birthday. She just asked me to play Roblox, and I said yes. Now, am I a bad friend for not knowing it was her birthday? Or am I a good friend for saying yes to playing Roblox, even not knowing it was her birthday? Both. Okay. We'll take that. I'm okay with being a good bad friend. Oh, okay, shouldn't have done that. That was greedy.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
It was greedy, but I would do it again. I'm not even gonna lie. I would do it again.
Messmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Ugh. Nice. Hornsent kind of carried at the end there, not gonna lie. Mm-hmm.
Messmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Get him, Hornsent. Get him. Ugh. Nice.
America.
Yo, Neon? What's the trick for head full ape in Sekiro? Just chip at his health until you can kill him and he totally stays dead for real? I can't seem to do any significant stance damage. Yeah, pretty much.
Messmer, foe of my beloved people,
Find opportunities to hit him directly so that his health will go down. Cause the enemy's health to go to 0 while keeping your own above 0. It's a pretty good trick. Ooh, okay, Hornsent might have done a little too much there. Yep, Hornsent did a little too much there. Okay, so we have to do the backing off immediately. Left, forward. Nice. Not bad, not bad.
America. A curse upon me.
Thanks, Midge GPT. Yep. I'll try newbie route for 2 gods where you get Morgott Shackled, though. Sure, you can. It's, Morgott is not the hardest part of 2 gods, but if it makes you feel more comfortable, go for it.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
He may be one of my most hated parts, but he's not one of the most actually, like, difficult. It's an overcompensating for yesterday? Yeah. I'm okay with that. Feel free to overcompensate, Hornsent. Be as good as you want today. For Spirit Springs 2. Okay. Sure.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people.
Spirit, you don't really save anything with the Spirit Springs. I guess if you really don't trust your aim on the one in Rao, but... Go. Nice job, Hornsent. Get him. Take him down.
A curse upon me.
Accursed Mesmer, my clan's suffering.
Okay. Cool. Mesmer feeling good. Just found out that you can safely weapon art the snake body during phase transition before he slams down. That's interesting. I don't think that would matter that much, because it's mostly about when you get the final bleed proc, and weapon art doesn't do much more bleed. I think it does a tiny bit more. Okay, Romina. Nice stall. Nice double stall. Classic. Just heal up a bit, I guess, then. No, thank you. Hey, I wonder, is there any way? I want. Oh no, this is probably way too risky to ever go for in a real run. But I wonder if there's any way, if you started with a weapon art and she went for the triple spin, you could weapon art so that the iframes get you through her first spin, and you get to exactly the right spot so her second spin phases through you, like we do in the normal strats. It feels like it should be possible, but... Just saying, you are not the normal Elden Ring player. No, I'm exactly the normal Elden Ring player, for sure. Starts getting world records, thus the content gets less interesting. Yeah, have to not get world records so we can keep the content interesting. What? How did that miss? That sounds just crazy enough to work. Because if you can, then almost everything that Romina can do after you stagger her, it's better to do weapon art than to do a charged R2. Currently, it's like 50-50. Aw. With... Oh, come on. Yep, now I'm dead. I guess I needed to go for only one there because she was at a weird angle. Playing this game since Demon's Souls PS3. That's been a while. Nah, you can't get close enough. You can trade like that if you think it's worth it. Two freeze grease plus 2 fire coils. He was trying to get a triple freeze proc. I highly doubt that's worth it. It could be. I highly doubt it, though. He ended up just using 1 coil during phase transition, but IDK. For this category, I still don't think that would make any sense. I still don't think you get a 3rd freeze proc if you do that, so you're just losing out on uptime of your freezing proc being up. In 2 Gods, it was worth it. Because we killed her so fast that you had to reset in order to even get a 2nd frost proc. Oh, I hate that move. I rolled slightly the wrong direction, and then you just instantly die for that. When she's up against the wall, it's really hard to roll correctly. What Skidoo level would you recommend for Skidoo Trio Avatar for a first timer? I don't know. Whatever Skidoo level you happen to be at. Assuming you've been actually, you know, exploring naturally and all that. That end, but otherwise that was decent. Dark Souls 2 with 100 viewers. Old school FromSoft fan. Nice. DS2 all bosses record streak in 2020. Ah. I'll go watch the new guys. I guess I'm still somewhat new. Definitely compared to Dist. Oh, that missed. That's so sad. Can I get a hit in, please? Nice. Oh, that missed. Got her though. Okay. Take it serious, which I appreciate. Yeah. Definitely, I mean, we try to have fun as well, but,
Good luck, Mitch.
I am very much set on goals and achieving those goals. I guess that's good enough for Romina. So it was kind of weird, but Romina's kind of weird. Thank you for the good luck. Oh, thanks, Kelvin. Or Kevin? Clevin? You know who you are. No fun here. None allowed. Don't you dare have fun.
Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow this.
Nope. No healing.
The world.
My boss tier list. I made a boss tier list at one point, and it was supposed to go on my YouTube, but it was at the exact point that my editor disappeared forever. So I'm not sure if I still have the raw footage, but it never got and ended up getting put on my YouTube. Now I have a new editor, but I haven't been like, go back and edit this thing from forever ago. Someone calls you a different way, you're used to it.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf
Still getting
Dane
farmed by Headful Ape, though?
will never allow
We'll
this.
just hit him. Reduce his health to 0. Simple. Oh.
Kindly, Mikula, make the world
Nice.
a gentler place.
What do you do when he farts in you and runs away dancing? Chase him and hit him. The merit to your weapon art through her spinning move idea. Really? I feel like you'd have to do the initial weapon art at a slightly different angle than we've been doing. Or than I've been doing. Maybe other have been doing it differently. But I've been going like directly away from her with the weapon art. And you're too far away then. You can't get back close enough for it to miss. Yo, what up, Mad One? One, 2, 3, 4. Yep, AGNL is gone forever, never to return. Left us. Only watch these challenge run streams to watch people bully PCR. That's a valid reason. 2, 3, 4. Brother is stomping. Phase 2 is rough for sure. I mean, Phase 1 is also rough, but Phase 2 is like even much more rough somehow. Oh, that's quite bad. Oh, but that's good. Okay, now we're golden. All right, got lucky. Got bailed out. After you get the frost proc, only do 1 hit, then only bone darts. It's frost plus 1. Or frost plus 2 if he is stalled in certain ways. Oops. That's okay, we can do the backup strat. Just kidding. There was no way I could back up that. Queen AG and NL's gone. Gone! Gone forever. Throwing that dagger while he's midair throwing meteors stop the clone attack from happening. Sometimes. And sometimes it doesn't. Radon is a strange one. 3, 4. Wrong with input reading AI, and sometimes it deletes the current attack queue. Yep. Okay, only one R1. Actually, maybe it's two R1s? I think it's two R1s. Oh, but now he's gonna get too much posture back because I let him. Don't you take off from there. Okay. Now we're fine. Okay. You have to throw a bone dart before taking a riposte, though. Gotta remember to bone. Dart. Good clutch. Yeah, well, we kind of got lucky. We got bailed out a little. The bone. Dart. Throw a dagger there. I don't need to throw a dagger there. I'm supposed to eventually just let him cover anyway. That should be 4. Okay. Huh. Why am I... Did I don't think I ran out of stamina before.
Just going to do 1,000 squats until my legs refuse to work. Then I will obtain the power of God and crush those who have wronged me.
It's squats, push-ups, and jumping jacks, I think, that you need for the power of God and anime on your side. And a run. Oops. It should still work as a backup. $10-kilometer run, that's right. Every day. What? That just buffered through the... What? I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Well. Happens to you all the time. I mean, I definitely get randomly buffered inputs that I don't want, but not usually through cutscenes. What? So, normally you get hit, and then your roll happens because you're spamming roll as you get hit the 4th time. But I think what happened there was because the 3rd one missed me, the 4th one, like, staggered me differently than normal, so it didn't let me roll out. That was strange. I think I'm gonna go back to blocking it. I kind of liked not blocking it for the stamina, but I don't know. Sometimes it's just being a little weird. Jerk. Stop stalling. That didn't parry? I think it was a height diff then, right? Ah. That really felt like it should have. Man, why has he got to be so annoying? How's today? Today's going all right. I'm tired today because I didn't get very much sleep because I was up all night discussing trying to get the FPS fix patch allowed, and doing a great job of showing why it's necessary, but doing a very poor job of convincing the 2 people most adamant that it not be allowed. What's the reasoning to not allow it? It's a little hard for me to describe because I don't fully understand it. I keep asking, like, for clarification, and it's, like, been hard to get... I knew it. I shouldn't have been there. It's been hard to get, like, it's super pinned down, but the one that I do understand is if someone used it incorrectly. If someone turned it on, set their FPS cap to 60, but was lagging and could only get 40 to 50 FPS, then their game would slow down, which is not good. Nobody wants people to be running their games in slow motion, right? If someone used it incorrectly, it could lead to bad results. That's a thing we all agree on, and it's you know, coming up with solutions to that, whether it be if you only get 40 to 50 FPS, you're not allowed to use a 60 FPS cap. You have to use, like, a 30 FPS cap, let's say. Or even there's ones in the 40s that would work. But let's just for the sake of argument, just say the only two caps are 60 or 30. You either have to cap at 60 or you have to cap at 30, and if you're lagging, you have to cap at 30. A potential solution, but, you know, like... But... So it's a problem. If you capped at 60 and you can't get 60, you would slow down the game. With a solution, you have to cap at 30 if you can't get 60. But there's one. And then... The other arguments, I will have a harder time articulating, but I will attempt to do my best. Effectively, the argument is that the difference in outcomes with the FPS patch versus without them are relatively minimal. Which I have shown, in my opinion, is very, very, very much not the case. But... Let's assume that it's close enough to correct. But then also that the differences with the FPS patch are so large that if a runner were forced to not run with it for any section, they'd be at such a big disadvantage that it's not worth allowing one person to use it if not every single person can use it at every single moment. So it is simultaneously such a small problem that it doesn't deserve a fix. Otherwise, if it did deserve a fix, we would work on the fix and we would make it happen. While simultaneously being such a large advantage that if somebody can't use it for singular jumps because it happens to be in an area where they're lagging horrendously, that is so unfair to that runner that we cannot possibly allow it for any other runner. To me, those feel very, very conflicting of ideas, but those are both things that have, I believe, roughly been said. What does the mod do? It makes it so that your frame time is forced to be consistent. So, in other words, right now, you can see in the top left corner, it says I'm getting 60 FPS. What that really is telling you isn't that I'm getting 60 frames in every second. It's not counting the number of frames. It's looking at how long is each frame lasting. And right now, each frame is lasting 1/60th of a second. Approximately. Sometimes 159.9th of a second. Sometimes 160.00023 of a second, etc. It's like fluctuating slightly, but it's around 1/60th of a second. So the number in the corner is just saying 60. The FPS fix says no. Every frame will take exactly 1/60th of a second, period. Or, if you said it differently, will take exactly 1/30th of a second, period, and I will only run a frame once every 60th of a second. No matter what. That way, you don't have those random fluctuations, and those fluctuations can cause your jump distance. Oh, look at how short that was. To be super short like that, or let's see if I can randomly fluctuate into a good jump. Ah! Oh, that was a good jump, yeah. Or it can be long like that. If you haven't stared at Elden Ring jumps for a while, you might not see the difference between short and long jumps, but... Oh, that was a long one. Long one. Long one. Ooh. Long. Ooh. We're on a streak. That was a little shorter. Getting kind of longer ones here. Whether you will get randomly longer jumps or shorter jumps because your frame time is going to be fluctuating. Whereas if you keep it locked at exactly 1/60th of a second, you will always get the exact same distance of jump. Any momentum pushing for allowing FPS fix? Currently, it's only me. 90% of runners are very agreeable, which is generally a good trait, but also means that they're very like, oh, yeah, I don't know, whatever you guys want, it's fine. And then 10% is me that really wants to allow it. Blanks that I think has been running with it despite it not being allowed. And then a few people that really, really don't want it allowed. So it's a battle of like, you know, 5 or 6 people in total that actually care versus everyone else that are just like, whatever. Isn't the main question, does the FPS mod give you an advantage? An advantage compared to what? The answer is that the FPS mod makes you consistently have the best outcome possible. It is outcomes that was already possible. It's not creating new outcomes. It's just, instead of sometimes short jumps and sometimes long jumps, you will be able to always get long jumps, and every runner will be able to always get long jumps. So, does it create an advantage at all? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely it does. It makes it so that you can be more consistently sure about your jump distance. If I want to jump on this lamp thing, I was able to do it because I got a long jump, but if I jumped from that same spot and got a short jump like that, then we miss it. That wasn't exactly the best. I didn't fully set up my conditions. You don't have to believe that test as a definitive proof, but that is the idea. You can absolutely have jumps where you can plan for them to hit. Oh, and then if you get slightly shorter jumps, you just don't hit them. And that's, in my opinion, a big problem because it's hardware related. And if it's fixable, if we can remove hardware from the equation, I think that's a good thing. Maybe going up, downstairs making a difference. I mean, yeah. Jumping upstairs are short jumps, so the difference in distance is very small. Jumping on flat ground is, you know, you've got the full length of the jump, so you'll be able to see some difference. And then jumping downstairs, it's a very long jump. Oh, that was so short. So you'll be able to very easily see the differences. Oh, that was a long jump. Okay, why you should be against it? Using in-game time is already a way to not have hardware disparity. True, that is, we already use in-game time to remove a lot of the hardware disparity, and this just removes the remaining hardware disparity. With this, I don't know that there would be any hardware disparity left at all. If you use it and someone else doesn't. So it's either everyone uses it or no one does. And some people could get bigger advantage by getting slower gameplay. And it's such a small problem that it's not worth the hassle. Okay, so you, in my opinion, that's in completely conflicting statements that you have said. In my opinion. Right? Some people can get a bigger advantage than others. Okay, so there is an advantage, we're saying. But it's such a small problem that it's not worth fixing. So either it is a big advantage difference, right? Which would be, you know, like it's such a big problem difference that if somebody can't run with it, it's gonna ruin their times on the board and they're gonna have no chance. But it's really not worth worrying about. We should all just run without it. Like, doesn't that feel conflicting? To say it is such a big difference that if one runner uses it and another doesn't, there's a big difference. While at the same time saying it's such a small difference that we shouldn't even bother with allowing it to make everyone even. Do those not feel like very, very conflicting? Like you say, if someone can't get 60 frames, it's running slower. Not if they run the game at lower than 60 FPS on the FPS fix. They can run at 30. Or 42.8, which I have found. Or I'm sure there are several values in the 50s that you could use. There's probably a value almost exactly at 40. Maybe it's like 41 or something. There's probably a value almost exactly at 50. Maybe it's 49 or 51. And then you could use 60 or 30. I've tested both of those. Those both work great. So all you have to do is not get a slowdown by saying, oh, my computer can only handle 55 FPS. I'm going to run at 50 FPS the whole time. Oh, my computer can only handle 45 FPS. I'm going to run at 42.8 FPS. That's it. It's very fixable, very solvable. That's relying on people to be honest? No, it isn't. If someone isn't honest, you just look at their gameplay and go, that's running in slow motion. That's an unfair advantage. Rejected. Try again. Run with a correct FPS this time. Like, you think everyone's just gonna be like pushing the edge? Like, ooh, I can get 43 FPS, so I'm gonna run at 42.8 and hope that I never drop below it. And I'm gonna use that for sneaky 2% slowdowns that are gonna give me huge advantages, and I'm gonna game the system. Or you think somebody's gonna go, oh, I can get 43 FPS? That 42.8 isn't going to work for me. I'll run at 30. Any smart, sane runner will run at 30, and if somebody tries to run at 42.8, you just reject their runs and say, "Stupid, run at 30, idiot." What are you doing trying to run at one that you're getting a bunch of slowdowns with? Just stop doing that. Run at 30. You will never get a slowdown at 30, I promise you. Or tell them, turn it off. That, oh, it's causing these problems and these slowdowns? Okay, run without it. You'll be exactly where you were if it wasn't allowed. Exactly the same spot. You're not losing out. Just turn it off if that's the case. Like, both of those, in my opinion, are fine solutions. Saying, sorry, you only get 43 FPS, you have to run at 30. I don't think that's that big of a deal. Or saying, oh, you keep consistently misusing the tool in ways that are against the rules, you have to turn it off. You're not allowed to, like what? Or there's RNG factor, it should come from game itself, not hardware. Yeah, there's always going to be RNG. We can't get rid of RNG. But hardware differences, in my opinion, is the worst possible thing, the worst possible outcome. And we currently have hardware differences. Solvable hardware differences. Oops, I keep doing that. Yo, what up, Hef? Oh. The bigger advantage would be not letting people use it. Say if someone has a system world's better than someone else. If that's a valid thing to say. Right. Right now, there is a large disparity. Right now, there is a large inequality. Right now, everyone is getting different results based on their hardware. And if you allowed it... Yo, Blanks! Thank you for the raid! Cheating raid! How were the runs? We're discussing the hardware fix because I've been discussing it in the Discord all night and morning and afternoon. And I hardly got any sleep and then had to wake up and immediately start stream. Oh, really? That was one hit away. Really? That sucks. Rage for good runs today. Hopefully. Okay. I feel like maybe the people against allowing it have better systems. No, actually, the people against allowing it have not good systems. They're concerned. They're concerned about that one thing of the what if I lag while I have it on and it causes a slowdown, which I think there are absolutely solutions for that work, but that is, well, one of the people arguing against it I don't think runs at all, as far as I know, but that's kind of neither here nor there. They're very interested in the tech side of things and have been helping to, like, actually make the implementation, so. Is this a bounty? Why the sudden change to Conrad %? It is not a bounty, nor is it a sudden change. It's just a change. It's just not running the exact same category forever. Yeah, I just kind of forgot what my strategy was because I was talking. You throw the bone knife so his stance doesn't reset. Exactly correct. Plus, you didn't get any sleep? Ah, it's fine. If they don't need it, they don't have to use it. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they feel strongly that they do not want to use it themselves, they don't have to. The rule would not be you must use the FPS fix. The rule would be you may use the FPS fix. And if they feel that strongly that it would be disadvantageous to them, then they could run without it and be exactly as currently disadvantaged as they currently are compared to somebody who happens to get long jumps for no reason. I keep forgetting. Count to 4, count to 4, count to 4. I was curious with you and Tom both going back to it. Tom might have just followed me back to it, or maybe we both followed, is it Utah that started doing it recently as well? And actually, somebody just got the record from Tom as well, actually. 4. There we go. Another defeat consort runner besides Utah? Yes. Officer K D90 something from some anime. Or no, from Blade Runner. Back to the old grind. Yeah, Radon is not going great tonight. Or let him intentionally recover posture. Bad practice, good run, surely. Whoops. That's not gonna work out well for me. I mean, I kind of had to do that. I was... There is some chance this will still work, but the chance is slim. Yep. Oh well. Good question, but will you now be running with or without the FPS mod? I'm still gonna run with it. I'm not... I like... I have run without it, and it is atrocious. It is so bad to play. Now that I have seen what can be with consistency versus randomly losing my runs to my jumps not going far enough, oh my god, I cannot run without it. I just can't. It's so bad. Now you were in the Discord talking about the FPS fix, but did they address the fact that multiple skips in the run require the long jumps and come to potential solutions? The current proposed solution by the anti-FPS fix side is that you must toggle it on and off specifically for those skips. You can toggle it on for the skips, and you must toggle it off afterwards. I then pointed out that... Let me show you something, Blanks, actually. Let me show you something. I showed this at the very start of stream, but since we're on the topic, let me show you something. Something that, to me, is, like, so definitive that I'm like, oh my god, there's just no way we wouldn't allow it. Wrong file, I guess. Hold on a sec. Okay, that's the one I want. Okay. Currently, we have the FPS set at long jump. Currently, I have the FPS set at 60.0000. Technically, it's like 59.9999, but whatever, close enough. As close to 60.000 as you can get. Jump. And it hit him. One more time. One more time. Show it's not a fluke. I'm going to show it's not a fluke. Jump. Hits him again. Now, all I'm going to do is change it from, instead of being 60.00000, or technically 59.99999, instead, I'm going to make it 60.000233. A change of less than 1/1000th. Yeah, less than 1/1000th of an FPS. But this is one that gets shorter jumps. Jump. And it misses. It just whiffs. So any strategy that relies on using a jump attack as early as possible, which we do have a few in the runs, potentially, can, with the same inputs, sometimes succeed and hit, and sometimes fail and miss due to frame rate differences. One more time in case you didn't believe me. Here's again the shorter jump distance. Jump. Jump. It's a voice-activated macro. Oh, it hit him in the arm that time! He was, like, turned slightly. It actually hit him once. I've never seen it hit on that FPS before. It hit him in a different spot, but it did technically hit him. Holy! All right, one more time. Jump. Oh, wait, I didn't turn on the FPS fix this time. Sorry, redo. I have to return it on every single time because it turns off whenever you go to the main menu is how I currently have it set up for testing. Okay, now it's back on. Jump. You know what it probably was? I probably turned my character slightly to the left on the previous one, which is why it hit him on the arm to the left. Ooh. Or we're getting something different and weird. Let me double check this time. I'm going to make sure that I'm not nudging the mouse at all. Hold 1 sec. Okay. Jump. There you go. Once more again, to prove it was not a fluke, we're going to be very careful again not to nudge the mouse at all. Jump. Damn. Caught. The point still stands that it's inconsistent. Right, the point still stands that it's inconsistent, that with the FPS that gets a longer jump, I hit it every single time. With the FPS that gets a shorter jump, I don't hit it. Sometimes it did. I mean, I might have nudged the mouse. Even if it did hit, it clearly hit with less distance because it didn't hit right away. Like the full jump distance hits it like on the starting of the swing, and then the lower FPS distance hit it on like the end of the swing. So, you know, there's still clearly a difference, but it's not as 100% definitive as I hoped. But that might have just been due to a failure of my testing methodology. Is mouse nudging allowed in speedruns? No, you're never allowed to touch the mouse. So you're telling me when I missed the jump R1 on Elden Beast, it's not a skill issue. Well, it probably, usually, is a skill issue. But there's probably been more than 0 times that you have missed it, because of an FPS issue. And there's probably been non-zero times where you've hit it on a jump that could have missed it if you had an FPS issue, but because you didn't have an FPS issue, you hit it. It's probably has happened many times in both directions, where you barely missed it because of an FPS issue, and where you barely hit it because you didn't have an FPS issue. So, this is just one example that I randomly tested on the Grafted Scion. I only chose the Grafted Scion because it was the easiest boss to get to and the easiest boss to test on. This is not a special boss. This is not the only boss where you'd ever see this. This is just the easiest example I could come up with. Elden Beast was nearly impossible to test because it starts with a cutscene after Radagon, and skipping cutscenes can, like, the cutscene loading into the gameplay can take slightly different amounts of time, so a macro doesn't really work very well. In other words, game of the year, by the way. Yup. So, just the way that I tested didn't work well on Elden Beast, but the same principle obviously applies. Anywho, that's what we found. Back to practicing Consort. I've just arrived. What was that, dude? We were just testing some rando file.
Cuisines, 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 cuisines.
Cuisines. Is in 1 to 2 seconds based on something completely out of your control? Yeah. Are you allowed to use the fix now or still no? Still currently no. But I'm going to anyway. Just worried that for some people, the lag spike is a lot more regular. It totally could be. And for those people, there are multiple solutions. They can run without it. They can...
Percent raw and put percent.
Ooh. Yo, Chevy Ox, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. They can run without it if they're concerned about that. In which case, you know, Okay, they will not get the consistency that other runners will get, but they currently don't have consistency. So giving most players consistency and some players will just be the same as they always were, you know, that does feel bad, man. But I still think that is better than saying everyone must have inconsistency, personally. But they don't have to have inconsistency. They can run at a lower frame rate. You could set your FPS cap to 30, and in all my testing, 30 FPS works identically to 60 FPS. Exactly the same jump distances. I suppose I could test it on Grafted Scion there as well, but kind of don't really want to go back to that right now. But I could in the future. Maybe I will tonight. So they could just set their FPS to a lower FPS cap that gets the same distance of jumps and have no disadvantage. The only disadvantage is, ooh, game looks ugly at 30. Ooh, game 30 ugly. I mean, just look at, if I set this to 30. I mean, ugh, just look at this. Ugh. Certainly not something I would love to do, but that's an option. If you want the advantages of the FPS patch and you're deeply concerned about your game lagging, set it to 30. You won't lag. If you do still lag at a 30 FPS cap, if you can't even hit 30 FPS, the game itself will already, like, start breaking under certain FPS thresholds. Like you literally cannot play the game normally under certain thresholds. Cinematic experience, yeah. Oh, the cutscene even felt like it took longer at 30. Ugh. More parry frames on Radon, or maybe less, I don't know. Have 95% FPS of 60 and 99% of 20. But yeah, you can run without it, so I understand, yeah. Well, 99% of 20, I mean... Setting FPS comfortably lower than you average still does not mean you won't have lag spikes. But, so even... And it turns off whenever I do it. I have lag spikes. I do have lag spikes. Whether or not I'm running the FPS fix doesn't matter. I have lag spikes occasionally, but a spike of lag doesn't matter. A spike of lag is fine in the rules. A spike of lag currently causes the game to slow down. No FPS fix, the game does slow down if your game lags enough. We have times where our game literally freezes, just sits there. That doesn't get your run rejected. That's fine. That's currently how it works anyway. That would work the exact same with or without the FPS fix. There's no problem there. The only problem would be a sustained low FPS causing you to run in slow motion for an extended period of time. And that is fixable by choosing a low FPS value or by turning it off. Those are both perfectly good solutions that absolutely work for sure at solving those issues. If you are getting sustainably low FPS for long periods of time, I mean, you know, that's... In general, that is what that is. Like, there are a lot of games where you just wouldn't be able to compete at all. But in this game, you know, you're lucky enough that we can work to make it so that you have a solution that works for you. In Lies of P, if you can't get 120 FPS, I'm sorry, you cannot run that game in a lot of the categories. You literally cannot do the zips and the pogos if you can't hit 120 FPS. So the fact that we're coming up with a solution that puts somebody at 30 FPS at exact parity with somebody with 60 FPS is a miracle in itself. And to be like, Yeah, I mean, I guess we are the same, but, like, I have to put in a little more work in order to make it happen. It's like, I don't know, it feels so odd to me. I think modern computer is that bad at isolating different programs in memory. Unless you intentionally want to overload your OS, that shouldn't be a major concern. Right. As long as you won't get rejected as soon as you show a screenshot under the constant FPS in the entire run, then I don't see the issue with it. Oh, no, that was never a solution. That was never a proposal. Nobody ever said, you lag once, run rejected. It was the consistent, sustained lag that would cause the game to slow down would be the only thing that would get your run rejected, and there are multiple solutions to that, but they are solutions that are on the runner. The runner has to pick an appropriate FPS, or the runner has to choose to turn it off. Right, but those are the proposed solutions, and solutions that, in my opinion, work great. You notice you're slowing down, you turn it off. Or you notice you're slowing down, you lower the FPS cap to something that your computer can handle. Where's the discussion under currently? It's a thread under discussions, under Elden Ring discussions. Did you see the new Lies of P DLC? It looks so good. It looks so good. How about you set a switch to your split so the FPS hacksaw turns on and off at the right times automatically? I wonder if you could do that. That would actually be kind of cool. If you could do that, that would actually be kind of sweet, but I don't know if that is possible. What's your sustained FPS without the mod, or is it game cap? The game caps you at 60 anyway. But it caps you at a bad 60. Oh, how do I keep missing that? It sounds like a hardware problem. It is a hardware problem. We're trying to get rid of hardware problems. That's the goal. Finally beat this guy yesterday. Thought you'd never do it. Also, Bale afterwards, who you wanted to skip. You didn't like Bale? Bale wasn't my absolute favorite, but Bale was still pretty cool. I actually counted to 4 this time. And you showed how much a small difference can matter. Yep. A small difference can literally mean the difference between a run getting world record and dying at the final boss. I'm not claiming that that will happen every time, that your success is only dependent on your FPS, but that it will happen non-zero times. More than 0 world records will be lost due to FPS shenanigans. What? What hit me? Do you think it will be a huge DLC like the Erdtree? Definitely not Erdtree size. The Lies of P DLC will probably be, at most, and I hope that it will be this large, like Dark Souls 3, both DLCs put together. Erdtree is its own, like, separate game. It's not going to be that big. Shadow of the Erdtree has, like, as many major bosses as the entirety of Lies of P. And way more total bosses, I'm pretty sure. I keep forgetting to count to 4. Search all the Elden Ring channels, can't find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Private. Only people you invite and moderators can see this thread. Okay. Let me ask. Is it okay if I invite blanks to this discussion? I don't feel like I don't even need to ask. I feel like I can just add you. There's no way you're excluded from this discussion. How do I add somebody? How do you add somebody to a private thread? Any knowers? I guess I'll just ask since I don't know. Hopefully somebody else knows how to do that, because I don't know how to do that. I don't know what that is. I might not even have permissions. I guess it isn't a public discussion then. I claimed it was a public discussion. I guess it's not. Oops. Leaked. Person you want to add in the thread chat. Oh. That. Hey, there's Blanks. Blanks is even a leaderboard moderator for Speed Souls. I didn't even, or Souls Speedruns. Hey, Blanks been added. Oh, that's all you had to do. Okay. Excluding any top runners would be frigging dumb. Just frigging dumb. Can I add this person also? Can someone add them? Because I don't know how. Well... Too late. I asked, then I did it. Without waiting for an answer. Or... Not the worst time for that. The worst time for that, though... This is gonna be a terrible Radon. There is just absolutely no hope for this one. Oh, what up, Decaren? The bleed is gonna happen one hit late, which is gonna cause all the problems. Maybe it's fine. Maybe we fixed it. Ah, wait. It's actually not the worst Radon of all time. Yo, Girl at a Desk, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. I thought. Nice. Legacy of Fresia event in Path of Exile up until your PC crashed. That's unfortunate. I have not played PoE. Okay, a few more, then we can start some runs. Great Radon in the end, no? Oh, yeah, in the end, that was good, for sure, for sure. We managed to somehow salvage it into a definitely very acceptable Radon. In fact, better than acceptable, I would take that.
Believe in you. It's so easy to when you show that you are amazing time and time again.
Thank you, Luigi. Conrad for PCR is amazing. You wish you thought of it? Yup. We love Conrad. As a name, you know. That's a good Conrad. Okay. I guess that means we're good enough to try some runs. I'm gonna have to keep running with the cheat engine one because I don't have a way to,
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. I don't have a good way to use the one that's built into Live Split. There is one built into Live Split. There's just not a good way to activate it and keep it activated through the run. So I'm going to have to run with the cheat engine one still. Feels bad, man. Okay. And let's close all the things we don't need. Okay, that should be good. You're setting your FPS fix with the John tools. No, it is not John practice. The FPS fix currently is with Cheat Engine, but there is a version that's built into Live Split, and I don't have a good way to activate that. What time zone am I in? Pacific time. Stone throw away. That's true. Can you do it with Elden Ring tools or no? As far as I know, no. You cannot do a true FPS fix. It was specifically formulated separate to the practice tools. ER tool has it? Oh. The full fix version, not just a cap? Haven't tested it. Okay. Well, you shouldn't run with ER tool anyway. ER tool would be even worse than running with cheat engine. Because cheat engine only does the one thing. ER tool does a lot of things. And I can just have it showing in the bottom left corner that I'm running with it. Keep holding block while running. Does that do anything or you just do it? It's for jumps. If you are running and you jump and then you want to jump again, you will get a very, very slow second jump. Unless you're holding block, then it cancels your landing animation and then you can get a fast second jump. Checked. It's editing the same offsets that the cheat engine patch is. Oh. Interesting. So it's basically just the cheat engine patch put into ER tool. Interesting.
But I can also that you're not and wine. I am Carl.
Almost always use apostrophe except for its and a few other pronouns. The throw belongs to that stone. It does. People say, I missed a crouch when they're fighting? I mean, depends. It would mean that they didn't crouch when they meant to crouch. And then the reason why somebody would want to crouch would depend. Animation cancel, stopping a combo, recovering stamina in some games, or even dodging an attack. Yes, all of those are possible uses that you might use for crouching in Elden Ring.
Hey sir, but you, I can play turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Missing Anna. On the other hand, is clear that just isn't cute.
Yeah, but you know that's intentional. Treat me with. Treat you with what? Everyone is tainted. Everyone.
Oh woo.
Right. Oh. Woo. Okay, that's a pretty good start. And no crisscross applesauce.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas I'm there is, but I can take gathering. Very let my hand.
Just in time for my stomach to start being a little upset. So as soon as this run dies, I'm gonna be probably rushing to the restroom. But that is how we won the amazing chest bounty, so maybe we play better like this. Amazing chest ahead,
What's the
indeed.
weeb's favorite boss? Of course, it is
That might have been a few too many ayayas. Without the dash, it sounds better. Ah. Try and give up like I ain't reading that. That's too much. External time pressure, but really it's internal. Yep. Definitely internal when you think about it. Oh, early. I'm bad. I was trying to go too early on those. We're so good. Okay. I gotta remember to unequip the arrows later after we pop the balloons. No, we definitely do a 100%.
This way tarnished. May I have a word?
You may not have a word. And frankly, I'm insulted that you'd ask. You unequip the arrows because this game is weird, and when you're warping or quitting out, and then you, like, load in, you can either be able to immediately start moving, or the Tarnished has to go through, like, a long stand-up animation before you can start moving. And for some reason, unequipping arrows makes it more likely that you'll get the fast stand-up. Like, I guess it would be no stand-up. You can just start moving. Write the text to speech. Incredible.
Hydrate.
That's gonna make things worse. I can't. Not this run. This run I can't. This is the only run I can't hydrate. We've got enough time pressure. Surely Magnus just ruins this run, right? Then all will be well. Magnus Carlsen, that's the one. Mr. Jeans Wearer himself. Means chat will be spamming hydrate. I mean, they're just gonna get scammed then. If you want Brian to say hydrate and me to not actually hydrate, you know, feel free to spend your points. Deeper into chess? I'm not that deep into chess. I have a passing like of chess. It's something that I view on occasion.
Hydrate.
Hydrate, indeed. You unequip you weren't watching. I did not yet. So I will do that right now. Thank you for the reminder. Chat advantage. Saved me like a second there. Thank you, Chocolate Cat. And see, I got to immediately start moving. Before we even like had fully loaded in, I was already moving there. Elden Ring is back.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Good en passant. It's because I'm so fast. Nothing to do with the game. Oh, of course. Yes. I don't think you've seen this run all the way through. The stopping to pop balloons is pretty funny. Yep. They give just enough runes. Is this Trackmania? Yes. Can't you see how we are riding around? We've just got a skin
Passing
for the
interest
car.
in chess, but deep interest in.
Not so sure about that. You know, unless you count burning hatred as interest. Is this dress to impress? That's right. The original dress to impress. Fashion Souls. Botez Gambit. Oh, we can update the world record command, because I believe there was a new world record. 56... Either, like, 06 or 16 or something? I don't remember. I take the Rhyme Crystal Bud to craft freezing grease. The fastest way to get the largest amount of freezing grease is to craft it. Isn't there a new world record time? Yes. I was just mentioning that.
Welcome. Well, are you please? I'm hungry.
Or something. It's not by Nuclear Pasta Tom. It's by... I think it's by Utah? Somebody that's in the Souls speedrunning Discord has got to check on that for us. What time is it? And by whomst? I was deep in the middle of my discussing the FPS fix when it was posted. So I took note of, there's a new world record, but I didn't fully commit to my memory. 5612, that makes sense. Gold. I'll have to try my hand at speedrunning Glitchless if the setup wasn't 20 to 40 minutes, depending on your pace. The setup is the least of your worries. You'll spend 20 to 40 minutes setting up, and then 3 to 4 hours dying to bosses. Most likely, on your first attempt. The only time that it really matters is when you are at such a high level of run that you are forced to reset anytime anything goes even the tiniest bit wrong, and so then 90% of your time becomes the setup. But when you're starting out, less than 10% of your time will be the setup, and it just is not a big deal. Maybe not less than 10%, maybe around 10 to 15%. What you should be worried about is the fact that this game sucks for a new player to speedrun because it has no beginner strats whatsoever. You just kind of have to learn the world record strats, or you have to have no strats at all. You can't, like, gradually improve and, like, make smart decisions about, now I'm gonna work in this thing, and now I'm gonna work in this. You just kind of have to send it for the hardest stuff. Or else you just have to be basically playing casually. Bosses are fun. I think that's true in many of the glitchless categories. If you do take optimized routes, the grease is consumables. Bosses. The bosses in the speedrun are fine. They're not like that fun. They're very RNG heavy, so that can make for very unfun experiences much of the time. Detouring for tiers, seeds, levels, and removing those as you get better. That's okay. That's a decent way to build in some safety. The only problem is because a lot of the bosses will kind of just one-shot you anyway, the heals don't too much matter. And there's no great way to get enough levels that you can avoid that, as far as I know. I mean, unless you found something really good for getting a bunch of extra levels without spending forever extra on them. Like in Sekiro, you could pick up prayer beads along the way, and you could actually level your health, which we normally don't do in the speedrun. But in Elden Ring, to get a bunch of extra runes, are you, like, killing Grail? Are you sitting there for, like, 5 minutes and killing Grail? Like, what are you, you know, how are you going to actually get an influx of runes that's not adding difficulty by fighting additional bosses? Would I like a smooch? You know, A doggy. Sure, we take those. Oh, how did that hit me? Oh, yep, couldn't do anything. Dang it. What up, Blue? Witchers 24/7 is my primary channel, yes. Okay, well, now I can rush to the bathroom. Be right back. I'm back. I just realized we had double golded. Magnus ruined my double gold. SMH. SMH my head. Alright, go again. How to replicate the optimal Magnus kill. It can be very easy if he just lets you, but it can be very hard if he does not let you. That's every time the fight goes down because you are the jinx. Incorrect. I'm sorry to inform you of this. You have no power here. We get bad RNG no matter who is and isn't watching. And I'm so sorry that I have to take that power away from you. That one definitely, that jump, getting the grafted scion only worked because we had the FPS patch on. That definitely would have fallen short without it. What mod would do such a thing?
Not even. Can stop bad Magnus Luckens, trust me, I have tried.
Crimson has tried a lot. But maybe one more time. Maybe this time it'll stop it. I went to a chat and everyone gets to lick. That is impressive. Those are impressive powers. The cat emote versus dog emote rivalry still going strong. One day, monkey emotes will rise to the top. One day.
But I can also that you're not then why I am Carl.
You just need more cute monkeys doing cute things. Or, honestly, just silly monkeys doing silly things. Monkey. Cats are better pets for people that don't want to take care of an animal. Dogs are better pets for people that really want to take care of an animal. If you want to go for a walk every day, oh, dogs are perfect. If you are like, oh, please, I do not want to have to walk the animal every day, cats are perfect. Having Jork in here is criminal.
They sir, but you, I can turning wood to aid you. You need to the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Together 0 for a nice 0 win. Oh no. What if you are the animal? I mean, then do you want to be walked all the time, or do you want to just laze about? I'd rather just laze about. Cats are dumb, and it is funny. Both cats and dogs possess many aptitudes to be very dumb and very smart. That's more funny monkey pictures. What he doesn't realize is that all the pictures were taken by monkeys. Oh, the monkeys photographed the dogs and the cats. Monkeys always out on top. We are the monkeys. Well, that's... We're closer to apes, and that's still not quite accurate, but... Works. Okay, that was a nice climb. It's funnier to mix up apes and monkeys. That's true. But apes, monkeys, and humans goes a little far. Goes a little far. So there's cat girls. That's why VTubers are popular. I thought it was for
to determine if
you know,
torrent, whereas there is, but I can
large tracts of land. Part of the package. NPT is a VTuber and his model is large. Exactly. Very large tracts of land. I mean, in reality, probably the reason that people like VTubers is because the slight, you know, hiding of a person's exact face gives them a lot of confidence to be very much more, like, outward and expressive than they normally would. And those expressiveness comes across well in an animated character. And so you can get very interesting, fun, expressive, you know, people doing their streams because they have the confidence and the character can match that, is what I probably think. Now, the avatar matching the expressiveness doesn't quite work for PNG tubers. Well, sometimes it does, but there can still be, you know, additional confidence given. Okay.
Unhydrate.
Ah, yes. Let me just... Well, too bad. I'm gonna unhydrate. Ah!
This way, tarnished. May I have
Slow, because I unhydrated. May I have a word? You may not. Tom is always staring dispassionately at his screen IRL. Yes. No cam, no avatar streams are based. Sometimes a voice is all you need. Sometimes, yeah. Doping with liquid luck. I gotta. It's the only way to win. We get like 1/10 of viewers these days. I don't know about 1/10, but it is. I do think that a lot of viewers do want to see your personality shine through, and while it is not that you can't have a personality with no voice, no cam, it is that it can be harder to latch onto your personality immediately if you have no voice, or not no voice, no avatar, no cam. Like, especially if it happens to be a section where you're just silently concentrating for a bit when somebody comes in and they see no avatar, no cam, and they're not hearing voice, like, could be easy for somebody to pop in and be like, oh, this is boring, and then leave. Whereas if you at least have an avatar, like, it's something for somebody to, you know, look at and be mildly intrigued by until you say your first sentence. Probably. Cam makes for good reactions. Cam is good for reactions. Didn't do very well as a no-cam streamer in the hot tub category. I can't imagine why. They heard you splish-splashing around, right? Yo, green numbers, that is good. Yep, yep. We almost always should start with green numbers because our PB had just an atrocious start.
And some viewers tune in for.
That is a good reason to tune in, Arrows. Penguin Z0 is funnier without his cam. Now he just plays up to the cam too much. He has had a cam for a very, very long time, but I think that when he started using a cam, I don't think that's was true. I just think that as he's gotten older, his interests and things that he wants to talk about and cover and the way that he wants to talk about them have shifted. I don't think the no cam versus cam really was like a defining moment. I just think that he is a different person than he was, you know, 5, 10 years ago at this point. Exploding goose, go! His name is Charlie, yes. Moist Critical. YouTube name is Penguin Z0.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Huge drama farmer on YouTube. That's not really accurate. A very big YouTuber that talks about a lot of things, and that does include drama, but drama farmer is really not heavily accurate because he's basically never in drama. He's not starting drama. He does discuss drama that is ongoing, but he also discusses terrible movies.
Welcome.
Or
Well, you please. I'm hungry.
what else is it? Various things that he finds funny, which maybe not everyone does, but he's definitely not just up. There's the guy that only talks about drama. Certainly does that, and obviously a lot of people have fallen off of liking him. He used to be very well liked, and now he's like medium liked. But also made a song video with BB No Money. Yes. He has made multiple songs. Like, actually him in his, like, garage band, basically. He lives an hour away from you. Oh, wow. He's in Florida, I believe. Making spam and eggs. Ooh, that sounds good. Here's how you'd like your eggs and how you'd like your spam. Scrambled eggs and then the spam, like fried up in a pan so that it gets crispy. Thin-ish slice. Not like super, super thin, but fairly thinly sliced. And then once it's done frying up, then chopped up more fine. Not like finely, but chopped up a bit more into smaller pieces to eat with the eggs. That's what I want. Wave doxing himself. I mean, an hour away from somewhere in Florida that we don't know is not exactly doxing. I mean,
Het leefdu, Vati bra, good luck scrambled eggs. Hardu primapra my cat tugliposen, good luck chopped up into smaller pieces. Gravelda braveldabra.
I don't think that was a language. It certainly wasn't English. I don't think that was any language. It was at least part... there was some English in there. We all started searching house by house. We can find him. But they're in Clearwater. Oh, well, that is more, closer to... It's not something I would recommend that you just say on the internet, but also a town is not, you know, too specific.
Since we're currently doxing, I'm living less than 24 hours away from Mitch Nodders.
What the? Oh, you can't just do that? I'm currently less than 80 days by hot air balloon away from Yathlin. So.
I live in the town of USA population me, and now I must go into hiding.
Yep, you have to. They'll find you otherwise. Uh-oh. That's fine, I guess. I don't need that equipped just yet. That guy has money. He's holding a chest of money, and we need the money. Oh, that was almost a good Magnus, and then he just would not stay in the corner at all. Magnus does give a +6 stone, but that's not at all why we kill him. We do it for Vare's quest. He just happens to also give a +6 stone, which is nice. Advise not to die to Magnus. I'm just gonna not take that advice.
Magnus is Altus Plateau's angriest furry, camping in writhed blood ruins like he's guarding a half-eaten sandwich. He's all claws out, swinging like a drunk Wolverine at a piñata party. Dodge his tantrum, shank him, and boom, congrats, you've beaten the lands between's saddest gym dropout.
Exactly. Yo, what up, Renato? You just leave the fight 3 times and the quest would be completed? If you didn't need the 6, not entirely sure, but that's how it works in online. Yes, you could. That would be that would take more money in order to buy 3 fingers. That would take a lot more time than just killing him. Leaving does take quite a bit of time, as does entering. Oh, oops, I forgot to restart my splits. Oops. Go again. Then reset your splits. I just noticed. But yeah, every rune matters, so spending 2,000 extra runes on fingers is a big deal. Why don't you get the fingers from Vare? Because it would take a very long time to go to Vare and then come back again. Because he's nowhere near any graces. So it's faster to just buy one from the merchant that we're already riding by. With the item, it should be almost instant to leave an IGT. Nope. It is still quite slow. There's the full time of, like, loading in and, like, you know, becoming corporeal. Then you have to wave the finger severer. And then it has to be, like, connection to the other world severed, returning to your world, and it has to like flash that on your screen like 5 times as you're fading out. And then when you get back into the regular world, you have to like stand up, and then you have to enter the thing again. Then you also don't get the runes for killing Magnus, so not only are you out 3,000 for having to buy, or I guess 2 additional 1,000 for having to buy 3 total fingers, but now you're out another, I don't know, 2,000 or whatever Magnus gives.
Then I can also that you're not then why I am Carl.
So you're right that there are alternatives to killing him, but they would be much, much, much slower. The hot air balloon said it's not a pyramid scheme. What am I supposed to do? Not give all my savings? Yeah, that would be silly. You've got to give all your savings. Which one is more random, this one or Two Gods? In total, Two Gods, but this one has a much higher density of random. Because it is the most random bosses from Two Gods, and they're all slower, and so have more chances to give you bad RNG in this category.
To aid you, you need to the foot. Then it summoned me. I bequeath. It will summon torrent. Treat him with.
However, just the fact that Two Gods has, like, double the number of bosses that you fight does make it more total RNG. Just, like, a little bit more total RNG spread out amongst twice the number of bosses.
I'm not sure if it is okay to say, but I think $2,000 isn't enough to buy the entirety of Idaho. Idaho's a big place, and it has the Boise Potato Festival. You're gonna need more than that.
You might be right, but that's still not okay to say. I can't believe you would put that in the TTS. Honestly banned. I will torrent. Treat him with. Tried watching Austin Powers once as an adult and kind of lost you very quickly. You know, I'm not sure I've watched it as an adult, but it certainly did slap as a kid. That's what? Austin Powers. Cool. Had to do a couple extra jumps there, but not the end of the world. And the guy who plays Austin Powers is also Shrek? Yes. And also Wayne from Wayne's World. I don't know if he's actually Wayne, but I know he's Wayne's World, so. Yay, no crisscross applesauce.
To determine if you
was learning Demon of Hatred fight. Any quick tips? Always close the distance to him. Unless there's like the third phase where you might be trapped in fire, but otherwise always close the distance to him ASAP. Like as soon as possible. And then it is unlikely that you will get hit by his fireballs, and then all you have to do is avoid the, like, fire on the ground move by going to the side and jumping over it.
My favorite Austin Powers joke, look at me, I'm enormous. I've got more chins than a Chinese phone book.
Feels like that would not go over so well today. Feel like... Not dated at all. Feel like I'm getting more success, just keep running. Yep. Or it's all of America and all of China at once. Well, actually, he was Scottish. Scottish? So, targeting Scottish people for some reason. Not even American. You are Scottish. Oh, well. Targeting you. You specifically.
This way, tarnished. May I have
People are an American species. Yeah, surely. So they must have been half American, half Scottish. Surely. Scottish people are obese too. Like most obese in Europe. Huh. You know, I was not expecting that movie to have any remote sort of semi-accuracy in its depictions of of its characters. Not factually true. Oh, well, never mind then. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Scottish people are Scottish. Whoa, controversial statement there. I'm gonna have to get that one fact checked. Can the resident Scottish people confirm? Nice. USA #1 again. Always at the top, baby. USA. USA. We stay winning. Everyone you like is Scottish, so most of you guys are good. Ah, so I'm not Scottish. But in all the wrong things, look. We're just collecting more gold medals. Don't be jealous. USA #1 in everything.
Is Scottish.
That is that. We're gonna have to refer to Chip on that one.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Give me a sec. Works. I feel like New Zealand is underrepresented around here. Perhaps in very active chatters. We got a few New Zealanders that lurk. They've said hi from time to time. England and Scotland play each other today in the Six Nations Rugby. We especially hate each other day. Nice. The Stocks Lurkers. That's right. From Guam. Oh. My family is planning a possible trip to Australia next year. I don't know that I want to go. Not a big travel guy, but I already do so much travel despite not being a travel guy. I don't know that Australia is one of the destinations I really need to get to. Where would it be? Wherever in Australia is interesting. The plan is Australia. Outside of that, it's okay. Now, find interesting things to do there. Chances of dying in Australia are probably higher than most places. Probably. They do got some wildlife. Yeah. Can confirm, kinda overrated. Okay. Next AGDQ in Australia. Surely. Never know, your soulmate might be there. Could be. I don't think I would find my soulmate on a family vacation where I'm going to be with family the whole time. And so the only people I'm going to be talking to are my family. It's not really Great way to meet people, I think. Never say never. You know? You never know. When is it Antarctica? Oh. Okay, well, if you're sure about that, I'll plan my trip right now. To Greenland. Much better idea. It's probably very green there. Hence the name. Probably no ice at all. My soulmate is The Thing from the hit movie The Thing. You know? It could look like anyone. Just the ultimate cosplayer. Iceland must be so barren and terrible. Yeah, exactly.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. A lot of root resin. It is kind of nicer. I should just use my mouse for that, actually. Let's Mitch it. Mitch you woo. Let's Mitch it. Yo, Dr. Ma. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Oh god. I love when it just doesn't accept my input and then does the wrong input and then it's 4 inputs to fix it. While a dog is chasing me. At least Magnus was good. Hopefully I don't have to quit out again. I wanted to get a little more space, but... Okay, didn't have to quit out again. Forgetting to use that earlier. Aw, unlucky. Good save. But still losing time because we got unlucky. Great beaches, great food. Girls, unique animals. Dangerous only if you mess with them. Common sense. Yep. Time loss. Unluck.
I presume. I am an old soul here, perhaps.
I am an old... Well, we're certainly not off to a great start. But it is in the green. Unlucky. Okay, still saved some time. How am I not dead? Planned and calculated. One HP is one more than needed. Yep.
Let's graze anchor until it will drag across the far. But the Consort brave seek to become lethal.
Okay. Weren't you using blood grease till recent on Radon, or are you just misremembering? You are remembering correctly. Yes, that is correct. We swapped it to frost grease on Radon, blood grease on Hippo. because the Frost Grease on Radon lets us skip the riposte, where the Blood Grease on Hippo only forces us to do one additional attack on Hippo. And generally, skipping the riposte is worth more than one single attack. Generally.
Hello Mitch, is there something new in the last world records route?
You claim what?
None that I know of. How did it not talk to him? I had the option and I was spamming the talk button and it just didn't talk to him at all. I have no idea what the new world record does. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm glad. You have a... I wish to... A night luminary... So, now.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Headshot. A night luminary. So.
You've complained with this a night. Now, this...
A run where you warped too early and you didn't get the cloth when you came back, she was dead, so the run was just dead. Oh, it doesn't give you the cloth if you warp back?
Heavens.
Oh, man.
Clench your teeth or something. Which is what you have...
So to watch you play Night Rain? The Fortnite style is so not for you. I mean, fair. I think it looks fun. I'm excited to play it. Clench your teeth or something. All it does is probably like frame perfect or something. Dang. And you double checked with Vare that he would not accept your cloth. Wow, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, at least that's very early into the run, but yeah. Never played Fortnite, and Night Rain was a lot of fun with randos. Yeah, I mean, like, Fortnite style is due to, like, some of the mechanics being similar, but it's not really Fortnite style. It's not PvP, it's not a shooter, it's, like, it does have the circle closing and, you know, that whatever, but that's not really anything more than just sort of a time pressure to get you to the next location. Like, it's... Kinda had to do that. Good, no headshots. Oh, character step too far forward on the uncharged R2. It still doesn't look like I'm in the fire, but that was a big step forward that he did. That sucks. Well, that sucks. Nothing I could really do about that. I was forced to get hit by the first fire, otherwise his stagger would have dropped off, and then you know, I tried to space that one, but it forced me to take too much of a step forward. Was he step forward big because of FPS cap? Who knows? Maybe. That was very, very unlucky, Moog, to get 2 blood rains exactly when I needed him really not to do them. If only he wouldn't spam fire. It would be nice. It would be nice if he wouldn't spam fire. He'd be a much more fun boss to fight. Why did I get, like, stuck on the door there? You try to avoid headshots in order to not trigger the second phase. Yes, that's close enough. That is correct, but not, like, it's like, if you did get the headshot, you could still avoid the second phase if you did this other thing, but then you have to get the other headshot in the other situation, which is harder, and then you have to, it's like a whole complicated mess, but in short, yes, that's close enough. Good. The nose that complex? It's very complex. Donate specifically asking mods if you can share an Imgur link. I would say share it on the Discord. There's absolutely a food section in the Discord, and then
I can also let you not then wine. I am Carl.
Anybody that wants to see it could absolutely look at it there. Unfortunately, Twitch chat isn't a great spot for that because it's not like you get to see the image anyway in Twitch chat. And forcing people to click on a link to see the thing feels less nice than posting it in Discord, where anyone browsing the Discord, it'll just kind of be there. Mm-hmm. Yep, the Discord, please. And then it's saved there, so we'll all know. Years into the future, we can look back and go, oh, the eggs and spam! Which, by the way, eggs and spam greater than eggs and ham. I'm throwing it out there. Is Remnant and Remnant 2 a good Souls-like? It's not a Souls-like. Not really much of a Souls-like. It's got some vaguely Souls elements. It's not a Souls-like. Are they good games, though? Yes.
Then summon me. I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with
Souls with guns? It's not really Souls with guns. It's kind of ish Souls with gun. Like it's got some, but it's not really Souls with guns. It's fun though. It is a good game. Would recommend. Just don't research too much into the back end of how some of the game mechanics work, because some of the game mechanics basically kind of straight up lie to you. But if you don't know that, and if you just play it like it's a normal video game that's not lying to you, it's a ton of fun. But if you figure out all the ways that the game is lying to you and cheating you out of being as powerful as possible, it becomes really annoying and frustrating. Wonder, are there official specifics that categorize something as Souls yet? Official? Well, there would never be anything official.
Good luck, Mitch.
John Dark Souls, you know, only makes his decrees once a millennia. So, thank you for the good luck. Do I have any good recommendations? My favorite Souls-like is Lies of P. Second favorite is Another Crab's Treasure. Lies of P is more your standard Souls-like. Another Crab's Treasure is a twist on it, a bit more platformy, a bit more focused on like fun but not extreme challenge. Like it's definitely not the hardest Souls like you will experience, but it is just fun. Outside of those, I don't know what my third place recommendation would be, but in no particular order, I do recommend Code Vein. I do recommend Mortal Shell. I do recommend Timesia. Both Mortal Shell and Timesia are like very short though, so you know, make sure you're not paying more than like $20 for them. I do recommend Inatria. What other Souls-likes have I played? I do recommend Kanagi Usagi if you liked Sekiro. It's free to play on Steam. And it's just a Sekiro boss rush. 9 Souls. You know, it's getting a little bit away from the Souls as well, but no, yeah, I highly recommend 9 Souls for sure. See Krill behind you. There he is. It's Krill. Sekiro's free? No, Kanagi Usagi is free. It's a Sekiro, basically, what do you call it? Freeware? I don't know. Like they remade Sekiro in Unity or something, and then just made like a boss rush in it, and it uses, you know, different character models, but it's just Sekiro. It's just Sekiro. It is fun, though. If you like Sekiro, it is fun. Thymesia, is that how you spell it? With an H in there. Thymesia, yeah. Eternal Belgrath's got you. Any modern Souls game has Anthony Howell voicing a character. No Anthony equals not Souls. That's true. That's how you know. Still waiting for bigger sales. 6 years now and still waiting. How much of a sale are you waiting for? It goes on sale twice a year at 50%. That's as good as you're gonna get. Okay. Is Code Vein even good? Because when I looked into it, everyone said it's super easy and bosses have only 2 mechanics and it's super boring because every mob is the same. Don't use the companions. Go summonless. And it is not super easy.
Sweet time.
The bosses don't have a ton of mechanics, but I'm very okay with that. The mechanics that they had were generally still fun, generally still interesting. The exploration mobs probably lacked variety, but that's not something that I personally put a lot of stock into. It did have varying encounters, even if maybe the enemies themselves were samey. So, as far as full-length Souls-like experiences, it is the one that I would recommend personally after Lies of P and Another Crab's Treasure, which are both full-length experience, and then like Mortal Shell, Timesia. I guess Sinatria was also pretty full-length. I don't know, Code Vein or Sinatria. They were both about equal for me. They were both pretty good. I liked them both. You should check it out after you kill this run. We'll see. We'll see. Did you consider anime girls? You know, I considered them. It was a big negative, but then they also had Kevin. So
J43R_ redeemed a coin flip and chooses tails.
Fails. It never fails. What was the Sekiro-esque boss rush? Kannagi. K-A-N-N-A-G-I. Usagi. U-S-A-G-I. If you're searching for it on Steam, it might come up as a Chinese name. I think Chinese. I don't think it was Japanese, but I suppose theoretically it could be either if it's those characters. But it will be the one that looks like anime girl Sekiro. That is on Steam. Yathlon found it. What's that in freedom language? Sinatria did not feel good to play for you. I liked the way that it played. I thought it felt good to play. It had some good, parrying, deflecting, whatever. I like most of the bosses in it. The exploration maybe got a little tedious, but I think that can happen in a lot of Souls and Souls-likes. I think he molded so much in Sinatria. It was basically a hate playthrough. Yeah, he did not like it. Understandable, but I did like it. Are Soulsborne games not included in your Souls-like favorites? Yes, because when people are asking for recommendations for Souls-likes, they're like, oh, I was looking at Remnant. If they were including Souls in what they were looking for, then they'd be like, oh, I played Elden Ring already. Which others should I play? You know? Nobody, you know, would go straight to Remnant and be like, oh, I can play Dark Souls as well? Oh, what a good recommendation. You know, like... If you're looking for Souls-likes, you know where to start. It's with the Souls. The Souls and the Sekiros and the Bloodborns and the Elden Rings are the ones to start with if you haven't done those already, and then once you run out of those, you look for the adjacents. The demo for Anatria completely turned you off. Did I play the demo? I don't remember if I played the demo before just jumping into the main game. Can't wait for Kazan. Kazan does look good. Hollow Knight combat is great. Hollow Knight combat is good. For me, of what I played of it so far, I don't know that I would say great. I would say that it had moments of greatness in boss fights. But it didn't fully draw me in at the point that I had played it. But part of that also was the fault of the people directing me where to go because I didn't play it entirely on my own. That directed me to some of the least fun parts of the game as early as possible, so I was just completely underpowered in the least fun parts of the game. And that soured the experience a bit.
The result is Tails.
Tails, it never fails, I told ya. What does the finger do? Lets us invade Magnus for Vare's quest. Also wouldn't say Dark Souls combat is necessarily good. Dark Souls combat is great to me. Like, it is, to me, the best combat style. I mean, I guess Dark Souls 1 specifically, yeah, okay, it's got some jank, alright, what do you know. But, like, the style, so good. I mean, obviously, Sekiro, #1, but I do consider Sekiro's combat to be of the same general style as Dark Souls. Just, you know, faster and, with the cool rock, paper, scissors countering system.
Has been added as a VIP. Congratulations.
Congratulations. You know, 2 combat is peak? I mean, I haven't played it, but watching it, it looked very not peak to me. But I haven't played it, so. How about Lords of the Fallen combat? It was alright. In general, it was pretty good. But it did not always have the correct boss or enemy encounter design to suit it. It had some weirdness and some flaws of being very, like, glidey. Felt like you were on ice the whole time. But, you know, it was still fun, generally. The combat itself, and then you would get to, like, a terrible boss, and you'd be like, well, this sucks. Or you'd get to a terrible zone, and you'd be like, well, this sucks. But just the combat itself was decent, for sure. Ninja doesn't look great because the colors they use are off-putting to a lot of people. Plus, graphics aren't Team Ninja's forte, but mechanically the game is actually amazing. Well, I'm never a graphics Andy. Like, I literally play all my games on, like, the lowest settings. I don't care about the graphics of it. Just, like, the way that you fought looked not like what I would like. Gold. Argue Lies of P combat greater than Dark Souls combat? But yeah, I mean, it's still the same style of thing. But yes, I do think that Lies of P took that style and made a very, very, very good combat system of it. Absolutely. I would agree that I like Lies of P combat better than Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3 combat. Even Elden Ring combat. Someone different due to Rally or just not mentioned? Just not mentioned. I haven't played it because it is PlayStation exclusive. As soon as it comes to PC, I will play it, but that has not happened yet. We get to play it soon. Me too. No plans to play the emulation? No, because it would probably not be a good idea to stream the emulation, and unless I'm wrong, I figure you guys want to see my first playthrough of Bloodborne. Nice. Good Magnus. See Mitra's first playthrough. See? So we gotta save our first playthrough for when it comes to PC. So that way people can actually watch along. That was not great. But we lived. I almost did the Bloodborne emulation on stream. It wasn't so great. I mean, I'm more worried about, like, Sony being like, actually, here's, you know. Aww, and then he jumps away. Ridiculously unlucky, Darrowell. That's so much time lost. I think that was like 15 seconds lost. Just to bad luck. That sucks. 18 seconds lost to bad luck. Even worse than I thought.
I presume. I am an old soul here.
Perhaps.
Dairy won't. Crashes every 3 to 5 hours, but you can complete all of it. Oh, okay. Mods which improve graphics and put jump on L3. Well, why would I want jump on L3? Why would I want to have to pick up a controller to jump? Oh, gross. I'll just put jump on, like, F or something. I am an old, so perhaps. Oh, that's so unlucky. Can we please stop getting unlucky on everything? Oh my god, don't do another shot! I don't know if we have enough health. I think we're dead here. Yep. Yep, just completely unlucky again. Supposedly, it's only a 20% chance that he will do that extra arrow rain, but he does it every single time. Is it a glitch that you can run back to cancel Radon's arrows? It is not considered a glitch in the rules. It is considered to be allowed within the glitchless rules, but, you know, up to you whether you want to call it a glitch, I guess. It's, through most definitions, not considered a glitch, but everyone has their own lines that they draw. I'm going to participate in GDQ this year. If I get in, I will submit runs, and we'll see if they accept them. My participation is up to them, not up to me. You'll let them know. Okay, good.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck.
Hydrate.
I guess I kind of just dehydrated with hot water, so I guess that's fair. Give me a second.
I can also that you're not then why I am Carl.
But, you know, I will do my darndest to try to get runs into the GDQ submissions. There was an idea that I was gifted at AGDQ. That it was here, an idea that I've come up with that you could do and make very good. Which was, Elden Ring, all bosses, which is like a really ridiculously long run. Like, our randomizer runs were like 16 hours, but I think you could do it in probably 12 or less, but that's still like way too long for a GDQ submission. But you split it amongst 4 people, so it's just between the 4 of you, all the bosses must in the end be killed. So instead of like 12 hours, it's down to like 3.
Have they served you? I can turning wood to aid you. You need to the foot.
Well, maybe more like 4, but...
I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with...
Because you're probably not gonna, you know, have the efficiency, and there's gonna be some bosses that multiple people need to kill just to unlock different things to go to, and blah, 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 blah. But that does seem fun, yeah. So I would just need to I'm assembling a team. Maybe something like Aggie, Tom. Like, I want to say Parky, but I don't feel like she's done a lot of like all bosses Elden Ring stuff. Zoodle? He doesn't... I don't think he does as many, like, direct speedruns, but he'd probably learn. Chris comes with that... Oh, Chris? Chris could be. Chris could be. Yeah. Tom the Anchor to just do the hardest work. We just leave all the stuff that nobody else wants to do to Tom. Chris just gets to, like, you know, rush bail. Think about Night Rain speedruns. No, we're talking about an idea for a 4-player, all bosses Elden Ring speedrun. Not seamless co-op. Just everyone can separate, and at the end of it all 207 bosses must be killed in total. The Elden Ring streamer tier list coming out. Mitriz 24/7S, Mitriz A, everyone else F. There's your tier list. You look and decide if I'd eat or I tried to think of something that would rhyme. I did all bosses run within 12 hours, so yeah. Idea to make team of 4 is pretty good. Yeah, you definitely would need a team of 4 if you wanted to not be there for 12 hours. Curious about the logistics of who gets what bosses, to be honest. You'd have to decide that, yeah. And how builds will work. You'd also have to decide that it would certainly take some effort. It's like a month until game submissions are in, so it might be kind of too late to, like, really put in the full effort to that. But all we would need to do is one proof of concept run, and then you'd still have several months until the event where you could plan it out and make it better. But only if we could get together 4 gamers that would really wanna do that. I think it could be a lot of fun. I think Parky will invite you after hearing this. What? That I don't think she's done all that many all bosses runs in Elden Ring? I mean, like, has she? I mean, neither have I, but I'm the ideas guy. I get the others to carry me. I'm pretty sure Tom has. I know Aggie has. I feel like Chris probably has. Relay with save states would be a cool way to do that. The next person on each relay has a save state with the same bosses killed as where the previous one ends. Could then have different build setup. And you all go at the same time? Because we don't want it a relay that takes 12 hours. That would be a bad idea. I don't know, even just like having to end where the next person begins. What if somebody dies twice and loses too many runes? And now, uh-oh, at the end of my relay, I'm not actually going to match with what the next person started as. And like, it's an interesting idea. I don't think it would realistically work that well for a marathon. Y'all cooperating on a speedrun rather than facing against. That would be cool, yeah. I think every streamer, including who in the F tier?
Tarnished. May I have a word?
Oh, Parky. I see. Well, you know. Look, I put her right next to Aggie so that, you know, that there's some solace there. You know, it's an ordered tier list. There's like F+ and F-, and, you know. They both get to go in F+, so that's pretty good. Good rat jump. Buh. Is 207 bosses actually 12 hours? The ones that I've seen, yes. I'm pretty sure an actually, like, very optimized run would not be 12 hours. Would be maybe probably under 10. That's kind of just a random guess, but like feels reasonable. See, one run which is 12 hours, yeah. Real time or in-game time? You know, I don't actually know how people have been measuring it when they've been doing it. Real time is probably like an entire hour longer than in-game time for an all bosses run. Tom was at 150 out of 207 at 7 hours today. Yeah, sounds like he can probably get it done in around 10. Yeah? It does feel like you probably... For an all bosses run, if you were splitting up the duties, it's probably one person just rushes the DLC, and that's their entire duty. They technically have fewer bosses than the others, but longer bosses, less just like, here's a random cave that you walk into for 2 seconds and then one-shot the boss. You probably have one person go through the main story through, you know, Radagon Elden Beast, and then doing the main story unlocks, like, the Farah Missoula stuff. Is there anything else that's kind of locked up behind the main story? I'm not sure. You probably have one person who does, like, the whole, like, Fia's quest and Deep Root Depths and all the underground stuff. Who I guess probably also does Ronnie's quest at the same time. One person who's just the quester. And then one person who's basically just the, like, sweep through cleanup of everything. Ashen Capital? Yeah, there's not a lot in Ashen Capital, but yes, Ashen Capital would be for the person going through the main story and stuff. What would you like to get? The Quester, Enir Ilum? Well, Enir Ilum would be just the DLC guy. I think the DLC guy just does the entire DLC. Maybe, like, the DLC ends up being too long, and so the DLC guy has to, like, skip, you know, the earliest DLC stuff, and then some other person has to come in and you know, clean up some of the early stuff, but DLC guy would be fun. Main quest guy wouldn't be too bad. Quest guy would be fine. And then random cleanup guy would probably be the least interesting. If there was somebody who was less comfortable, less confident in themselves, you'd probably put them as cleanup guy. Because cleanup can just do, like, all the mini-bosses that you can just kind of one-shot. But obviously you wouldn't want them to just be bored out of their mind, so you'd definitely also include some cool, interesting stuff as well. Whoops. I'm so bad at the video game. What a slow warp, because I pressed the wrong button. You'd hate to be the quest guy. I don't think quest guy would be that bad. Whoever ends up with Limgrave is going to be faster with the easier bosses. Well, cleanup would probably be Limgrave. And Liurnia. And Altus Plateau. And, you know... And Kaled, probably. And maybe that would be around where their duties would end. Oh, main story guy probably also does Consecrated Snowfield and Halig Tree, because they're already going to be in mountaintops. So it's probably main story Rush to the End, Ashen Capital, Faramazula, mountaintops, Consecrated Snowfield is probably one guy. Main story guy getting all the good parts? I don't know. I think DLC guy getting the best parts, but... You know, one of the two.
Welcome. Well, I'll use these. I'm hungry.
The benefit to being cleanup guy is you get to just go. That would be the person that's immediately killing things while everyone else is just setting up. So at the start of the run, when it's, you know, commentators are trying to find something to talk about or, you know, somewhere for people's attention to go, it's just all eyes on you. Yeah, 6 seconds lost. Ugh. We're all side characters in Mitch's story. Yep. You need a prediction. You lost too many last prediction. Well, it sounds like it might be time to stop with the predictions then. You do a 10-player seamless co-op. No, seamless co-op works like ass for doing speedruns because you can't really separate. If you want to warp, everyone has to warp to the same location. You all have to vote to warp to the same location, then you all go together. Unless they've changed that. And it was like, it was like impossible to split up. You would like walk into a fog wall, and then everyone would get teleported. It was like, they did change it. Okay, maybe then, maybe not anymore. Okay, if seamless co-op actually works, then maybe. Quitting gambling is never the answer. Moved out a while ago. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Idea sounds fun and could science out each route, right? Maybe I will throw the idea out there tonight and see if people are interested, and then we could start learning that.
Hydrate.
Start routing out. Thank you for the hydrate. Upping the stakes, and eventually you'll win your money back. Surely. So in theory, main story guy to go fastest would you use Death's Poker, but they might not want to. In theory, DLC guy, just for the fun of it, probably swaps to a DLC weapon. I don't think the extra time to gather the stones is gonna make that big of a difference in the grand scheme of things in an all bosses run. Maybe chicken leg, maybe backhand blade, maybe you know, anything they sort of want there. Early cleanup guy is probably just Bloodhound's Fang, but I mean they wouldn't have to, just that would be the earliest thing that you could get an upgrade. Is Sunflower any good? It is. It's mid. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. If you take it back into the base game, it's a little more lackluster because a lot of things in the base game have very high holy resist, but in the DLC especially, it does slap. Some things are actually weak to holy in the DLC. That'd be cool if everyone had a different weapon. It'd be a bit lame if everyone was Bloodhound. Yeah, no, you wouldn't have everyone Bloodhound. You might have a few people start with Bloodhound to get to the actual weapon that they're going to use. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm okay with being underground person because I believe the Alabaster Lord Sword is in the Lake of Rot somewhere, somehow, or something. So we could be the Alabaster Lord. You can get it in Lake of Rot. Let's go. Weapon chosen. Oh, Great Stars honestly is not a bad choice for somebody to go. There's a lot of options for sure. Somebody could be Iron Balls and or Star Fist. Star O Fist. It starts with Wild Strikes is so much fun, yeah. There's one in Snowfield too. Oh, that's where the other one is. I didn't know where the other one was. What weapon did you use your first ever playthrough? Do you remember? I used Greatsword. And then I swapped to Bloodhound's Fang at the very end when I was fighting Melania, because... I was having struggles with Greatsword. Even though now I do think it is a good weapon for her, at the time I was just not... It was not working for me. What armor is good for defense late game? Bullgoat armor is great. Verdigris armor is great. But those are both on the very heavy end. If you're looking for something more medium, I don't know, kind of anything. There's just a ton of just decently good options. Oh, veterans armor is great. Greatsword poke is very nice against her. Yeah, the problem is I wasn't doing the pokes. I was trying to slap with not the poke, and not poke is not that great against Melania, and I did not figure out that the poke is good. I would constantly like roll, then take a few steps, then swing. And that was, like, so slow. Gold! Did not troll as much this time. Hooray! Trolled pretty much not at all. Not even close. So HP like yesterday? Well, that was a different scenario, so I'm not sure how much HP we have there.
Let's grey anchor until it will tragic across the far, but the Consort brave seek to become lethal.
Doesn't your weapon have bleed? It does, yes. Always have more.
You claim what? My doubt. Words of truly, I believe. Even words. That's the part. You have a... I wish to... A night luminary... So, now.
Okay. Nice.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Tree Sentinel armor set is really broken, by the way. Where do you even get Tree Sentinel armor set? I don't remember ever using it. The one right before Malakath is pretty good. Oh, the Draconic Tree Sentinel there.
You've complained with this a night. Now, this...
Destroy the chariot. Not as heavy as most armors. Oh.
Heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
Both Radon and Moog would die twice. That's right. They're both playing Sekiro.
Which is what you have.
Oh, almost a Golge. We almost got blobbed. But we didn't. I still don't know why blobbing is something that only happens to me. I'm very blobbable. Not the malformed one. The actual Tree Sentinel armor. Crazy resistance to all magical and physical. And isn't as heavy. Okay, but I don't know where. I still don't know where you would get that, but I believe you. Jumping faster than rolling? Yes, rolling is slower than running. Jumping is slightly faster than running. This has gone too well. I'm gonna need to intentionally stall in the second phase. Because otherwise I'm gonna overfrost. Okay, that's like a perfect mode.
I can see it as clear as day. The coming of our dynasty. More
Mitch win. Yep, Golge by 2 seconds.
Hydrate.
That was just like, that was just perfect, pretty much. Why is left-handed preferred? Because it's easier to two-hand while on torrent. So if I'm trying to hit things on torrent, I will generally put it in the left hand. But if I'm trying to hit things while not on torrent, it's generally in the right hand. Because I can manually two-hand it while not on torrent. What does a golden split mean? PB for that segment. That's exactly correct. PB for that segment. Cool. I definitely, like, could have taken that a little riskier and a little faster. I definitely, like, had the right jumps to do it. And I just was like, nah, I'm just gonna take it safe. Did, like, 2 extra unnecessary jumps. No grace speedrun? No unnecessary graces. Only the ones we're actually going to warp back to.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. So see here, after I have shot the bow, I need to swap back to the Bloodhound's Fang, and I'm going to hit something while on torrent. If it was in my right hand, I'd have to swap from the bow to the Bloodhound's Fang in my right hand, and I'd only be one-handing it. But because it's in my left hand, when you equip something in your left hand on torrent, you are two-handing it, and you get the strength bonus. I don't know if it makes a difference for killing this guy, or if it would be fine in the right hand, but it's optimal in the left hand, so we'll leave it there. And, like, we do barely kill him with 2 hits, so it probably is necessary.
Only fine. You have it now to become the thing as
No way!
only fine. You have it now to become the thing as
I went through the dialogue before she gives the item, and I was like, okay, so now I get the item. And so I started walking out as, like, the dialogue finished, and I got exactly barely out of her range just before I got the item. Oh. Tried to be too optimal, lost 7.5 seconds for it. Feels bad, man. What's up? Darn. Alright, we take that. Duh, pre-typed. Pretty pre-typed there. That's still a little ways away. Good. Someone explain how the riposte teleport works? That's just the riposte. The riposte is just on both sides of his head. I know there's only like the spark on one side of his head, but it just works from both sides. Maybe initially they had like an animation on both sides, but maybe they scrapped the one on the other side. It just covers both sides of his head. It's... Facing angle was very important to trigger the riposte. That's true. That's true from both sides of his face. You have to be facing kind of towards his tail.
Knock knock. Who's there? Woo. Woo-hoo?
Oh, oh, oh. I thought it was just going to end at woohoo. Like, oh, oh. It's like making a noise of excitement.
Hydrate.
Give me a sec. The riposte mark is only a suggestion. I would want to swap out. I have the gold horn tender. That's it.
Knock knock. Who's there? Europe? Europe who? No, you're a poo.
Ho, 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 ho. Is my time 58:05 still world record? No. Current world record is 56:12, we think. I think we're pretty sure. I think somebody actually checked. Hope 9 Rain has single player. I think people were saying that the main menu showed a button for single player in the network test. It was just grayed out or something. Did MPT have record? He did, but the current record is actually not, Tom. It is Utah, I believe. Probably too high. I don't know if that's gonna work. Nope, too low. That won't work though. 3 shots is not great. The mouse aiming for bows is not great. It's not very smooth. 9 seconds lost. That's more than I was expecting, but okay.
A brave to you, priest. I must uphold then and surely.
How do we save so much time now? New route? No, just not getting terrible luck on all the bosses. I mean, also, like, generally better execution. Like, I'm a better player than I was when I set this 5805, but... Still bad at bow canceling, I guess. Okay. That's it.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck.
Hydrate.
Absolutely not right now. Get scammed. Okay, I guess now. I forgot we do some quit outs on this door.
Mesmer, foe of my beloved people, in vengeance for the flames, my blade I wield.
Really horrible Mesmer. Really, really horrible Mesmer.
Accursed Mesmer.
Yeah. That sucks. That RNG start to finish was really, really, really bad.
Upon it was sublime to think he when he yet the death of men now in vengeance if make it then I would.
I mean, I think I made one mistake of I didn't get quite the right attack on him at one time, but it actually, like, barely ended up mattering, because we got so much bad luck that it kind of just, like, circled around and was whatever. Like, if we had gotten good luck, then my play would have actually, you know, been farther from optimal. Oh, come on. The game just, like, lagged me out there. I couldn't input anything. Did you all see that? What? The game just, like, completely froze. What? Well, rip PB. Sure, that hits me. Sure. Playable game. Surely playable. Yep. I had to try to keep distance from her because she could have phase transitioned at any moment. But if you keep distance from her, then that triple spin just isn't dodgeable. It just literally isn't. So, great. Yeah, no frost grease on Romina really sucks because you don't get the scripted phase transition. Whereas if you're close, you can just do that. Yeah, of course. The wall. Did that happen? What is even happening? I think this phases her. It does. Good. What am I doing? What am I doing? You just send the part 2. I was thinking, oh, I'll be out of stamina if I send the part 2. But that's fine. You just go under and you live. Oh, man. The game literally just lagged us out, so I couldn't do anything when she was attacking and just got me killed. I did everything exactly correct, and we got killed due to the game being a piece of shit. She would have phase transitioned if that hit her, I think. What's that? Run's been dead for fucking 5 minutes. Finally caught up. Not gonna phase her. Well, actually it might. Did not. That did. Course. I love doing nothing wrong and losing the run. It's my favorite thing. gonna die in Enir Ilum too. The moments you spent with us during that fight? Oh, don't make it worse. I had to spend time with chat. Oh, God. Did it be the FPS patch? No, that happens. That just happens in the game. That has happened since long before the FPS patch. Why did you see me so early? Yep, I figured you'd do that. Yep, 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 worst everything. Yep. If anything, the FPS patch could theoretically have saved it if we, you know, lagged that badly that it was eating our inputs. In theory, if the FPS patch had, like, activated on that, I don't know how exactly to describe it, then we would have, the game would have also paused until we stopped lagging, basically, and so we would have been fine. Instead, it was just lagging out here for no reason. Well, the game trudged on like it does, and we just weren't able to input anything while we got killed. But he loves interacting with chat. Surely he does. What's your favorite FPS? Frames per second or first-person shooter? The bird just flop over is funny. We do hit him in the head with a bone dart. Very powerful bone dart. You go practice for Amina after this run? Why? I didn't do anything wrong. There's not really a reason to practice something when the only reason you lost was due to RNG and your play was actually correct. And I guess not even RNG, due to hardware malfunction.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. What's the point of what you're doing right now? Running same spot all the time, or are you missing something? Running same spot? I don't know. We're finishing out the end of the run.
Don't you
Oh, you mean the going around? It was for Leda's dialogue.
We'll never allow this.
You have to activate the dialogue and then you have to run far enough away that she shuts up. That's so unlucky. Good.
Make the world.
Okay, that was a good Leda and friends. Gold. Yo, upside Punio.
Thank you for the stream speech.
Thank you for watching. Very stally of him. This is every single stall move that he has. Back to back to back. Very cool. And we don't get a frost proc now because of it. And we don't get to interrupt him taking off either because of it. He tried to stall again at the end. Yeah, well, at least no matter what, with a consort that bad, there was just no hope of world record. We still could have PB'd, but there was absolutely no hope of world record. Losing a literal minute on consort due to bad luck. The rare bone dart kill, yep. Good run except Romina. And Radon and Mesmer. Romina, Radon, and Mesmer, but Mesmer and Radon was just, we did what we could, and we just lost time. And then Romina was, we did what we could, and we died with nothing we could do. So, but like, that was pretty much a mistakeless run. No, there was definitely the one mistake of, at the, grabbing the talisman slot at Enya, where I backed out too early and lost 7.5 seconds. So, definitely at least one mistake. Probably more that I'm forgetting, but it was well executed, terribly unlucky at the end. Pretty lucky at the start, though. That was a really, really good start. Don gold split, though. Oh, yeah, that will just happen most of the time because we swapped to now using frost grease on him. So we're probably going to gold him or get very close to gold a lot because it's a change in our strategy. Moog, though, Moog was beyond perfect. We'll probably never get a Moog like that again. That was a ridiculous Moog. But the ending was very, very, very unlucky. Just all of them, unfortunately. Shouldn't have named the save file bad. It lived up to its name by the end. Can you infuse this weapon? It's a somber weapon, so you can surprisingly use a grease on it, which isn't normal for somber weapons, but you cannot add frost naturally to it. It's a somber weapon. You don't get to choose your Ash of War on it. Hold on one second. That's fine. Okay. Actually, first of all, I'll check the eggs and spam. That does look good. That does look quite good. I'm not gonna lie. This eggs and spam, I would definitely eat that. Is that some like toast there as well? I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Wasn't Darrell suboptimal too? I don't remember. Probably, but I think we salvaged it. I think it wasn't like that bad, if I remember right. Yum yum yum. Let me also go to. I want to take a look at exactly what happened with Romina because I just want to understand. I know it's gonna hurt to look at, but I just want to fully understand what happened there. If there was anything at all. In the moment, it felt like there was nothing I could do, but I want to see if there in fact was. Sometimes it doesn't feel like there's anything you can do, but you look back and there was a little tiny thing you could do if you're like, oh, actually, if you'd super optimally this, that. Farther from optimal. This start was like super good. This start was like exactly what I wanted. And then is it right here that it happens? No. Oh, come on. Well, I mean, I suppose I could have been higher health for that. Not that it would matter because... Is it after the phase... It's after the phase transition, actually. We heal back up. So, yeah. That was definitely slower because of that. It was an unfortunate roll from her, but it still was technically possible to avoid it. Yeah, so first phase went pretty well. We freeze up. We double heal. I have to dodge the butterflies, which sucks. And you can just see the game just like give out on me. Look at the FPS counter in the corner too. Like, and I'm just trapped there. The game just like lagged me out. That was so weird. I might have been dead anyway, though. That is the exact attack you don't want her to do out of the phase transition. I might have been dead anyway. The lag might... The lag, like, sucked, but it actually... I might have been dead even without the lag. But, like, look at that. Look at it just, like, freeze there in midair. Yeah, I think I was dead anyway. I think I was dead anyway. Like, lagged me out. I think the lag created a convenient excuse. I think I was dead anyway, just because I had to dodge the butterflies, and going for a jumping R2 is safe against every single move except for that one. If you're slow, which I was slow because I had to dodge the butterflies. I think the lag had actually nothing to do with it. I thought it did, but upon further inspection, I think it had nothing to do with it. It was just coincidental. Instead, it was, in fact, just RNG that we died. Because if she did any other move, we were fine. And abandon the FPS fix? Why would we ever do that? Pretty much came down to butterfly RNG, I guess. A butterfly plus her move selection out of the transition. If she chose any other move, we were fine. Kill some background processes. We already have most things pretty well turned off. Elden Ring just does that sometimes. Our FPS is very stable generally. Like, we don't have really any problems. Elden Ring will just randomly lag for no reason. It's super rare. It's like we'll go an entire stream and it'll maybe lag one time in the entire stream. It didn't lag at all before that in the stream, and it probably won't lag at all after that in the stream. It just happens once or twice a stream. If you never took the first hit, you wouldn't waste your time healing also. That's true. I don't think it would matter, though, because the butterflies were covering her anyway. So I don't know that there was a safe spot to move, but that is technically true. We might have been able to find a better spot to stand. Unfortunate. Just presses the RNG switch, yep. Oh well. You know. When you get...
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. When you get terrible luck on Mesmer, Romina, and Consort, the three where luck is the most important in the whole run, you're just not really gonna record. So, the fact that we got very bad luck on all three of them is, you know, it is what it is. We did get great luck on Leda, though. Dane, not so much, but Leda was like, sheesh.
But I can also that you're not then why I am caught.
I had to move one cup out of the way of another cup so I can hydrate. I keep several cups in here to hydrate with, and they're all going empty. The Elden Ring model hoodie, limited to 20 pieces worldwide, is for sale on eBay. Cool. I don't think I need an Elden Ring hoodie. But, cool, I guess. Sure. It looked like an advertisement. It sure does. Don't know if it is. It sure sounds like an advertisement. Moog also seems pretty important for RNG. Yes, Moog is very important for RNG. The thing about Moog is that generally it's either he goes well or you reset. So like in the same way, Magnus is very important for RNG, but generally if you have a bad enough Magnus, it's just a reset. So whereas Mesmer, Romina, and Radon are all late enough into the run that even if you get bad luck, you just have to continue them. But it is true. Every boss in this run, aside from like Darrowil, luck plays a huge factor. Like we got the worst ever Darrowil and we lost 18 seconds. And that's not good, but like it's sure a heck of a lot less than the minute we lost on Consort. This run will be good? Surely. Oops. Ah. You meant this one, right? Yo, thank you for the good luck. Well, the talk got you hungry for him. Yeah, understandable. Getting a little hungry myself.
Then I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carl.
All right, 150, 52. I feel like we should be able to get 149s there eventually, but it's so hard to do. Everything's got to go so perfect. Oh, really? I guess that must have been just slightly early on the bow cancel. And we got a slow drop off. We're banning a speedrun category just like Moist Critical. Let's go. Hopefully one of the categories I run. In fact, well, actually, I guess I don't hold the world record in any categories currently, but hopefully in one that I can get the world record in.
Have they, sir? But you, I can play turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon torrent. Treat him with.
How's PB chance calculated? It takes whatever current time we're at and then randomly selects from the next, like every remaining split, a random time that we have done that split in the past, and then sees, okay, with this random collection of splits you've done in the past to, you know, from here till the end, was it a PB or not? Runs it a bunch of times and tells you what percentage of those random selections were PBs.
The people of Saudi Arabia don't like the Flintstones, but the people of Abu Dhabi do.
Abu Dhabi do. Okay. Took me a minute. Okay, well, all right, Torrent. You're not getting treated with respect for this one. Monte Carlo. Speedrun tech is so cool. It is when it works. Miyazaki in every game. Put a poison swamp that everyone hates. Miyazaki in Elden Ring. Kaled. That's not even the poison swamp. There's a whole lake of rot, which is worse than poison. It's pretty much impossible to get across without getting rotted. Speedrunner is a job that AI can't take over. We already have tasks, but it's really the main cake of speedrunning. Unless an AI can convince you that it's not AI. So it has to learn not to play like a task, but to play like a human. Then you hook it up with a VTuber avatar with AI voice, and then you train it to reset over and over and over again for weeks at a time before getting world record. Then I'm out of a job. You guys aren't AIs? That would be even better because it would be always precise, and so it would be so easy to spot because it would be pixel perfect most of the time. Probably not. That's not really the way that, what is it? Reinforcement learning? Whatever the machine learning, whatever you call the things that, like, learn how to play games. They are not particularly always perfect. They take tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of trials to eventually get something that's kind of approaching
I am the opposite
decent.
of artificial intelligence. I am natural stupidity.
Yes.
But I can also that you're not. Then why? I am Carl.
Now, after, you know, billions and billions of trials, they can achieve things that humans wouldn't really be able to do. But not in, like, a task way. Not in a perfect way. In, like, a, give it enough trials and a few will be, like, not perfect, but better than a human could do. Like, more, I guess, like, quick on reactions and stuff. You've seen the Trackmania ones where, because most of the Trackmania tracks, the AI is just, like, a semi-competent human player. And then on ones where it's the nose bugging, that's where it's got the big advantage. The final output from it, they are dumb during the training. Well, the training would be what you would, I mean, I guess mostly see, right? If you just put out a, guys, I totally got the world record. Trust. Even though I've never played this game before. That would be, you know, less interesting than having an AI, you know, learn in real time on a stream. That would almost be kind of cool. Oh yeah, I was figuring out how to craft the frost grease to kill Moog one phase. Well, you can specifically, you could specifically teach it that through specific reinforcements. Watching AI try to play Minecraft. I haven't seen that. Rats. Did you like that? Just script and splice the run. Yeah, if the only goal is to just make a run, like, there's easier ways to do that than trying to teach an AI. What's the worst enemy in all Souls games combined? You know what? It probably isn't. It's probably just recency bias. But those Enir Illim Stairs guys casting the Infinite Spira, those guys suck. Gaius? I wouldn't put him as enemy, I'd put him as boss, but also, I don't think he's the worst. He has one bad move that's really, really bad, and, like, outside of that, I think he's totally fine. The dogs? Which dogs? There's so many. Gaius' peak after being patched? No. But he's fine. Guys, it was fun to fight for you. The only part that was bad was his opening. Yeah, exactly. Well, he can also do it in the middle of the fight. He can just charge again, but...
To determine if you had... It seems torrent.
Yeah, for the most part, it is just the opening. And yeah, other than that, he's good. He's good. He's solid. We're fine with Gaius. I would not put him at peak, though. I still think he's just kind of a little boring-ish other than that. Like, fine, but, like... a really bad, you know, first impression into something that's like, oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty fine. Guys, hitboxes are a crime against humanity, yeah. For you, it's probably the Revenant. That one is also a boss sometimes, but you're totally right. Revenant is so bad. Senesac's also a boss. Mid-fight charges are not nearly as bad. They aren't. They actually aren't. But and it's lucky that in, like, speedruns and stuff, we found a strategy to just not deal with his charge. Which is quite nice. Basilisk, because they creep you out. And the instant kills, yeah. People are confusing skill issue with bad enemy. I don't think anyone confused skill issue. I don't think anyone said, oh, that's hard, therefore it's bad. I didn't see anyone that I was like, nah, that's great. That must just be skill issue. I think pretty much everyone that people named were very genuinely hateable. Probably the least bad of those is Gaius, but like, even so, still hateable. Spider enemies are bad enemies. Gaius Senesax is a skill issue. Nope. Nope. Gaius, that charge is horrendous. And it's the first impression. And you have to deal with it. And, like, that's such a bad first impression, it completely sours the rest of the fight. Totally understandable to be like, Gaius sucks. And the rest of the fight is solid, but not redeeming of that horrendous start. So no, that's absolutely fair to say Gaius is bad. I don't personally agree. I'd put him personally at like, yeah, he's fine. I guess maybe like a low B, maybe a high C. Probably a low B. Yeah, I'd probably put him at a low B myself, but I don't begrudge anyone who's like, that charge was so bad that I put him in F or something like, meh, F feels low, but at least D I could see somebody doing reasonably. She may not have a word. Knife birds make you weep. Yeah, knife birds. Knife birds are rough. And they just, like, fly above you, and you just, like, can't hit them depending on your weapon. Worst boss is Demon of Hatred in Sekiro? Nope. That's a skill issue. That one's a skill issue. That one I can say for certainty. That one's a skill issue. Only boss you skipped in that game? Yep. Skill issue. I have sent it upon you. Woe be upon you. Skill issue. It does do one thing very wrong. Well, it does two things very wrong. Demon of Hatred does do two things very wrong. One, those darn fireballs. Those fireballs are just stupid. They're just like not iframeable with your dodge, so they'll. It's just the fireballs are stupid, but they're not really an issue. They're pretty easily avoidable, but they're still stupid. And then the other main thing that it does wrong is, just like the Blazing Bull, it can teach players incorrectly how to fight it. It is a good fight when you learn how to fight it, but it is one that a lot of people just give up on actually learning the right way to fight it, because your initial reaction of like, oh, I'm gonna try this. Oh, and then I got some flame chip damage. I guess I'll never deflect again, and I'll dodge around and hit him from the back. So many people you see dodging around, hitting him from the back, and it's such an unfun way to fight him. Whereas if you just actually fight him, he's a fun boss. He's good. Very solid. Not by no means one of Sekiro's best bosses, I still put him probably B tier. Which is saying something because most of Sekiro's bosses I put A and S tier. But, like, he's definitely a solid B tier. Not even B minus. Like, solid B, at least. Didn't really feel like a Sekiro boss. Felt exactly like a Sekiro boss. Felt exactly as Sekiro boss's Guardian Ape. Felt more Sekiro boss than Blazing Bull. Felt about the same Sekiro boss as, like, Headless, I guess? About as much as Ogre? Like, absolutely felt like a Sekiro boss. I'd argue the boss teaching the wrong way to fight him by default makes him a bad boss. I would not say by default makes them a bad boss, but I would say is a knock against a boss for sure. Golden Hippopotamus, another boss I hated the first time I fought it. Yeah, Hippo's not great. Doesn't have anything really good about it. It's just like mediocre until it gets to the needles, and then it's bad because the needles are really bad. And just all of its hitboxes on like every single move is just the wrong size. It's not the worst thing ever, but it's just mediocre to bad throughout. Untouchables and Abyssal Woods are your least favorite enemy. Understandable. I liked the novelty of them. Like, you're not supposed to fight them, so them being horrible to fight, I was like, well, that's kind of the point. Just an awkward one because it takes forever, in your opinion. It does take a really long time. I feel like Sword Nation is the perfect length. That's not a fair comparison, but Demon just takes so long, feels kind of non-interactive. No. Non-interactive I wouldn't put, but I do agree. It is too long. It is the only boss in Sekiro that I think is actually too long. I think in general saying this boss fight takes too long is a skill issue and a, like, not generally like a real complaint. Demon of Hatred is too long. Like you know how to fight him and fight him super well, and he's still just like, well, we're gonna be here for at least 5 minutes. And I don't actually think it's entirely the game's fault of, like, teaching you wrong how to fight it. I think it's just people instinctively, like, are so afraid to take any chip damage, which is an understandable thing. I don't want to take chip damage. I have an instinctual fear of taking chip damage. That the second that you do take chip damage, you feel like you need to throw out your entire strategy and come up with something completely different. And, like, what is the developer really going to do about that? I mean, obviously, they could just not put in the chip damage. That would have been nice. But assuming they wanted the chip damage, how are you supposed to communicate to the player? Okay, so you're supposed to deflect the ones where he goes with his non-fiery arm. Then you're supposed to dodge the ones with his fiery arm. Like, the idea of that is actually very cool, right? Oh, a boss that kind of forces you to play around with sometimes deflecting, sometimes dodging, depending on which arm he's swinging. Like, that's cool. It's just, you know, it is like, how do you teach that? I don't even know. The way that you'd think you'd teach it is by putting in chip damage and letting the players figure it out, and players just don't figure it out. So, I don't know. Gold. Wow. Didn't enjoy it, so you didn't grind it. I mean, that's fair. You definitely don't have to enjoy it, but the actual design of it is not bad. It is just one that a lot of people get bounced off of because, you know, you don't figure out how to fight it, and then if you don't figure out how to fight it, you know, it's tough to do. And then a lot of people end up like running around behind him and just circling him and only dodging and never deflecting, and then yeah, then it's gonna feel like an Elden Ring boss because you're fighting it like an Elden Ring boss. Not because it is like an Elden Ring boss, but because that is the way you are fighting with it. Your play is like Elden Ring play, rather than the boss itself being like an Elden Ring boss. Thank you for the hydrate. Lost some time because of it, because I didn't keep a straight enough line. At least I made it optional. That's true. It's good that it's optional, for sure. All bosses can be called good or bad according to very different criteria. No-hit runners will hate bosses that have nigh unavoidable hits. Those are just always bad, by the way. Nigh unavoidable hits are always bad, period. I will hear no, you know, excuses for them. Speedrunners will hate BSRNG. True. BSRNG also bad, but it is kind of more depending on how it is. But to most casual players, the single most annoying thing a boss can be is unfair or boring, which relates to nigh unavoidable hits. Absolutely. But boring, yeah, could be. Although, honestly, boring I don't even think is the worst thing. I think unfair is a million times worse than boring. In your opinion, bosses like Mesmer are awful because like 95% dodging and waiting your turn? Okay, no. Oh, no. No way. No way. Like, he's one of the only bosses in the DLC that's not true for. He's one of the only bosses in the game that consistently gives you a punish at the end of his moves. It's like him and Midra and Gaius after the charge. Holding up the fort for, like, you actually get to do things. Mesmer is the most fun in the DLC. I like Midra better, but Midra and Mesmer for sure. I mean, if it's just all bosses in the DLC are unfun because they're all tons of dodging and barely getting any punishes, you know, fair. But Mesmer specifically is like the worst example of that you could pick. Conrad's like always his turn. Yep. Nice. Mesmer is a stable boss of Elden Ring because of how good it is. Yeah, I think Mesmer is just is really, really great. like... Now, I know this isn't, like, an exact indication and of all that, and it's not exactly, but, one way that I think is relatively fair to judge how often you can get attacks in and whether bosses are ridiculously stally and things like that is, you know, going to, like, speedruns or no-hit runs. I know it's not exactly how a casual would play, but it's, you know, the peak of gameplay. And looking at, are there scenarios where they are forced to let the boss recover their posture? For Romina, there is. For Radon, there is. Well, if you're, like, very risky with it, there technically isn't, but there is. For Mesmer, there isn't. For Midra, there isn't. Except, I guess, his, like, phase transition, but, we kind of give a pass to phase transitions. For Bale, there is. For, Metter, there is. For, you know, like, you can go through them, and, like, almost all of them will have some spot where, even as a speedrunner, even doing everything you can to be as fast and optimal with your punishes and never give them time to breathe, there are tons of bosses that you are literally just forced to let them recover their posture. And Mesmer and Midra are not two of them. Bale solo is kind of painful, though. Bale is a hard one to talk about because, like, the way that I fight him now and in speedruns is so different from how I fought him casually that it doesn't even, like, feel like the same fight. So it's a very weird one to talk about. Of, like, there's... such differences. Yeah, we did get unlucky on Darrowell and on the Scarab. That makes sense. I should probably make a separate split for the Scarab.
I presume. I am an old soul here, perhaps.
Crouching before taking the riposte is to cancel your previous attack animation so that you can start regenerating stamina more before you take the riposte. Because normally you don't get to recover any stamina until after your attack is, like, fully finished and your character puts away their sword onto their back and whatever. But if you crouch, then as soon as the attack is finished, they'll crouch, which immediately starts recovering stamina. You'll see I do the crouches a lot, even just, like, attacking him normally. I do the crouches anytime that I want to recover stamina after an attack. Gold! Horaloo and Malekith, the bosses that made Elden Ring your favorite Soulsborne. Horaloo is amazing. Malekith, I have some problems with, but overall is still very good. For a while, I didn't really like him, but I've come around to appreciate him. I never thought he was, like, a bad boss, but I didn't really get him. And I still do think he does still have a few moves that I think are not good, but... What boss doesn't?
You ain't. Let's great anchor until it will tragic across the far. But the Consort brave seek to become lethal.
Nice. Not like Malekith Phase 1, but Phase 2 is cinema. I mean, yeah, fair. Funny enough, nowadays I think Phase 1 is actually more fair than Phase 2 is, but I mean, Phase 2 is just like undeniably cooler. Tide Radon Gold. Yes. As I said, we could gold Radon again because it's not that hard to gold it when we changed our strategy recently.
Words are truly, I believe, even that's the part.
Hippo Phase 2 is cinema? I mean, maybe in like a rundown movie theater.
So, now.
Showing movies that came out a decade ago. Because they can't get the rights to any current movies. A movie I walked out of. There you go. Top 3 is Hora, Mesmer, and Radagon in terms of fun fairness. Oh, it's solid. A solid top 3. Radagon is very good. Again, with except. Except... many of his hitboxes are bad. But they're bad in ways that not every player would deal with. They like hit behind him even though he clearly only swings his thing in front of him and like stuff like that. And then the teleporting I think is just egregious. I think the teleporting actually sucks. Dress to impress, yeah.
Clench your teeth or something. Which is what you have.
Gold. And like, not that teleporting can't be used at all in a boss. That could be fine. It's that teleporting, like, visually, the clarity just is not there whatsoever. It's not clear if he's going to land on top of you or far away because it's just like a little thin strip of yellow on your screen is like what you get to see for like where he's going to be appearing from the teleport. And it looks the same if it's close or far. Unless you try to like look at exactly where it's lying on the ground, it's just not there. And then even after he teleports in, he like fades in. So you can't even get a good glimpse. There's like a flash of light to blind you, and he fades in so you can't see what his next attack is. So sometimes he just hits you with the attack after that you couldn't see. And so you start being like, after his teleport, I should always roll, because he's always going to follow up with an attack. And then instead of doing a fast attack after, he'll do a slower attack that roll catches you for rolling. And it's like, oh, so it's just a 50-50 that I just have to guess on. Very cool. Who's my favorite Sekiro boss? Owl Father. And then second place, Sword Saint Ishin. Outside of the teleporting and the hitboxes being bad on Radagon, though, he's definitely a good fight. Good start. How did you like the inner versions of Al and Ishin? Casually, I liked them well enough. Especially the inner version of Al, I liked a lot casually. But unfortunately, as I've done more stuff with it, I found out his AI is actually just kind of like broken. Like it just doesn't quite function the same as regular Owl Father in weird ways that just don't make sense. So I do kind of think he's just worse. Even though I did like him a lot casually. Oh, the exact worst possible timing of that. Accidental headshot too. This is probably a dead run, but we'll see. I have to hit the headshot here or else we lose. I think that was the headshot. I think we salvaged it. Salvage! Let's go! Okay, that was tough. That was tough. Definitely a little bit worse than our previous mode. Just 15 seconds worse than our previous Moog. Looks so stressful? It is. The same was just pure cinema. How did they make 4-phase boss fun and not tedious? It's crazy. Loved every second of learning it. Never felt so good after finally beating it. Yep. Oh, and then Inner Ishin. I think Inner Ishin is just worse than regular Sword Saint Ishin in every way. He again has some AI bugs in him, which again still makes no sense to me. How do you not just reuse the AI from Sword Saint? Somehow they got it wrong, and he just has bugs. And then, like, the only thing that I remember that they added is a terrible move. An awful move. Where it, like, you can't jump it. You can't... I don't even remember if you can dodge it. If you deflect it, you still take chip damage. It goes across, like, the entire arena, and the only way that you can deal with it in hitless is to just run so far away that it misses. And you have to, like, bait him into using it, then immediately sprint at full speed. Otherwise, you just get hit. It was, like, bafflingly bad of a move. It was so anti-Sekiro. How about Long May the Shadows Reflect Ishin? Haven't played it yet. So I think Inner Ishin is kind of straight trash compared to regular Sword Saint Ishin. Just kind of straight doo-doo. Booty cheeks. Big downgrade. It's still Sword Saint, so it's not actually, like, bad overall. But when compared with regular Sword Saint, it is that bad. Ape was never your favorite boss? No, I don't think so. Ape was cool, though. I really like the you know, cinema of Ape. That was not what I wanted. Get me down. Okay. Yep, that was not our greatest climb down we've ever had. Inner Black Rabbit Brotherhood. You're talking about the Mortal Blade move. I don't remember exactly, like, what it's called or whatever. It was like the bigger version of his sweep. I think it like double hits or something. It's like technically like a sweep or something. And like even if you try to jump over it, like the second one catches you or something. I don't remember the exact specifics. It's been a little while, but I just remember it was one of the only moves added to Inner Ishin, and it was just so bad. He might have one more move that was added. Underwater Headless best fight? Underwater Headless was fine. I mean, weird, but fine. Better than Land Headless, except the one in Fountainhead where there's 2 of them, and like, what am I supposed to do with that? What do you want me to do with this information? I mean, I'm not saying Underwater Headless was good, but like, it was whatever. You hit it. You didn't need confetti for it. It doesn't have a slowing aura. Its timings were still weird, but you were in the water and not slowed, so you could just avoid its attacks very easily. Okay, not bad.
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as
Flute playing squid. True though. Best boss. You think you'll ever run Sekiro again? Almost certainly I will. I don't know when. Don't know what category. But almost certainly I will. It's still my favorite speedrun game. I mean, we have run it... I guess it would be around 2 or 3 months ago at this point that we got back the Shura no air swim world record and then let others take it again. So, like, it's not like it's been years since we played Sekiro. Abandoned the Sekiro for eons to the annals of history. That ancient game that we never play any. It's like, we play it every so often. Whenever I get the urge to be like, I bet I could take that record. We'll change the equips after. Want to play the Kazan game on release? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's smash that Sekiro rando race. See? Start. Worst possible follow-up. Why did I do that? There was no reason to do 2 there. We're almost certainly dead here. Oh, we are... I don't even know what to do about this. No! Yeah. Even though we missed there, you don't have time to heal. Yeah, there was nothing. There was just nothing there. Worst possible RNG on Hippo. I still could have dealt with it, though. I still just made a mistake, but that was the absolute worst possible luck on Hippo. Okay. Just don't give me the riposte, even though I went to the spot. Very cool, Hippo. No, don't do that. Oh, that really was enough to stagger? I thought I had counted right. Wonder if they nerfed the shoulder bash. They better not have. Okay, very rude of you. Okay. Is there a way to a consistent way to no-hit Hippo low damage? You know, I'm not entirely sure. Most of his moves, yes, but two of his moves, I have no idea. I don't know if it is possible. I don't think I've ever seen a strategy that was like, ah, that's 100%. Well, unless you're like really far away. I think if you're really far away, there's like a strategy where you can like strafe left and then roll late left that I think the needles will never hit you, but other than that, I'm not sure. Ugh. Turn on my AC. It's still winter, right? I'm like warm here. Have you considered a new routing with Death Poker? I've considered it. It is very unlikely to be faster. And even if it is, I don't want to do it. It's very boring to play, so... I have not looked into it and actually tested it. You just riposte. All you do is riposte. You just stand next to his head on either side, face towards his feet, and hit the attack button. His riposte is just on both sides of his head. Complete Sekiro under 20 minutes? I have completed Sekiro under 20 minutes. I think I haven't quite done it under 19 yet. I don't think I've gone back since sub 19 was achieved. I think I have like a 1916 PB or something. Do shields count to no-hit runs? No. If you get hit on your shield, that is a hit. "20 minutes is fine," feels like one episode of anime. That, you know, that pretty much is what it is at that point. Aw, really? That felt like a well-timed bow cancel, but game does not think it was.
But I can also that you're not. Then why not? I am Carl.
Good. Yeah, shields, you can use the parry on them, but just blocking does not count for no hit. Top of anticipation in such a random location.
To aid you, you need to the foot.
Yeah.
Then summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
I mean, visually it's cool and feels right, but like, how did I get inside this chapel? What happened? Am I not taking horse? Oh, I'm taking horse. I'm just skipping the touching the grace animation. Info torrent. Okay. First time you triggered this trap, think you would get armor or a broadsword. Yep. At least it wasn't a mimic. No, not the crisscross applesauce.
Fit to determine if you had. It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering play. Very let my hand.
More time loss. You miss mimics. Mimics were kind of fun. I just remember, like, staring at the chain of chests in, like, Dark Souls 1. Like, I don't remember what it was. It was, like, the chain would, like, move or something if it was a mimic. And just staring, being like, maybe? Hmm. Is there an ideal place for Melina to happen? Here, in this run. Having a reason to bonk every chest before opening it. You gotta outsmart it. Anytime you bonk a chest that wasn't a mimic, that's like that's an oof. That's a -1 aura. You gotta be sure of it when you bonk it. Chain points towards you. Maybe that was it. You're just Eldering with chains just to mess with you. I hope the DS1 randomizer puts the mimics randomly in place of other chests. So obviously the chest contents would also be randomized to other locations, but then the chests then swapped around with mimics. That'd be a good randomizer. The winning Sun? No, this is a horrible start after a horrible previous run. So I would say we're definitely not winning. Calm down, say, no, that's what it needs to be. It's a randomizer. Screw your I memorized where every mimic in the game is. No, now they're somewhere else. Now find them. This one chests are back in Night Rain. Let's go. $4 a.m. I hope it's different when you're sick, yeah. I think this is gonna be our last.
They need to bring back DS2 chests. Chests there can break if you hit it too hard. So checking for mimics can be risky. There's a chance of breaking it and the treasure inside become trash.
How would treasure in a chest? If there's a sword in a chest and I hit the wooden chest, how would the sword become trash though? How would that even it's still a sword. It just works. Honestly, the idea of that sounds kind of funny. But the idea of just losing out permanently on any piece of loot is like, nah, that's dumb. I need every piece of loot, and if you're denying any of me, then I'm Madge. I am a loot goblin. At the chest with Smo's hammer, there's little left of the chest and its contents. I feel like a sword would survive. That's how you make a sword. You hit it with a hammer. I see Andre do it all the time. Let's take her any percent, and you haven't looked at the routing so far. 1 hour 30. Let's go.
And her mods told her hitting chest can break it, and she'll miss out on the content. And she never found out about the different chain from mimics either. So she had to open every chest with fear Keku and get bitten by every mimic in the game.
Yep, that's how you play the game. That's just the correct way to play. This hammer isn't as big as a medium-sized human being. Imagine if the Royal Revenant spawned instantly. The one that's like underground there. Never watch other streams. You better not. Weapon! Twitch and YouTube stream different people? Maybe. Just two suspiciously similar looking people. I have a couple hundred hours watching another streamer aim run. You wouldn't. You wouldn't dare. Is cleanly shaven Mitch? Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna shave, and you're gonna be like, I miss the bearded Mitch. Oh, why did Mitch shave? Oh. The exact voice you would say that in as well. I knew it.
Well, you please. I'm angry.
Percent Ron put percent.
Yo. Emilade, thank you for the sub. Yo, welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Oh, good morning. Why am I leaking the script, man? Look, that's my job. The script says that I leak the script. Okay. At least that was almost a gold. That's the younger Mitch before he had a birthday. That Mitch 24/7 Mitch. Hopefully tonight I won't stay up way too late arguing with non-strangers on the internet about an FPS patch. Surely. Don't you know the mods? That's why I said not strangers. There was a not in there. It's oddly specific. Ray never listens to me. Told him so many times to take the turkey out of the fridge or out of the freezer so that it could de-thaw and I could cook it when I got home, but he just didn't listen. And now Thanksgiving's gonna be ruined. My first command is to cook the Thanksgiving turkey. Going to Waffle House for Thanksgiving. No. Wouldn't be the worst outcome. Alright, Magnus. This is our last run of the night, so you gotta be nice here. Give us one more. What's the meme behind allegations beaten? Well, if you were on the internet looking at memes as the DLC came out, that was a pretty popular one. It's basically about if you followed the DLC story through with Ansbach, I think is his name. You learn more about Moog than you knew beforehand. Why is this bit called that way? Because I thought it was funny. The referencing Moog in that way. Referencing Moog by the memes around the release of the DLC. Nice. We definitely do not need to talk about things like that. Those are best left in the yesteryear of 2000 whenever. Oh, I'm bad. I'm so bad. Oh, that's probably rip. Yep. That's rip. I attacked too early. That was definitely on me. I mean, I am tired right now. We had a good night of runs. I was playing very well. We got very unlucky, unsurprisingly. But we were playing very well for the most part tonight. Ended on, that was definitely just a mistake from me, though. He gave us the good luck, and I just messed it up. So, oh well. Oh well. A solid 7-hour stream after solid 4 hours of sleep. Let's be fastest pathing into the DLC. Is there much you do to prep the DLC as well? The only real thing we do to prep the DLC as well is getting Bloodhound's Fang. So, with that, let's find someone to raid here as we wrap it up for the night. Oh! I know who we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid good old Omad, who is playing Team Fight Tactics, which is just worse Hearthstone Battlegrounds, but you know, whatever. Won't end stream until he hits plat. So he might be there forever. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye. I've been ripping TFT today. I figure. Bye-bye.
Hello?